It's a sleigh. But hey, we can point it right at you.
I think that's
Okay.
it. Yeah, because that's what
That's
people
not good
want to see
lighting.
anyways.
Is
Is it live?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to clarify for everybody that question about the federal work study because it can be very confusing. The department still pays 25%. So I just want to make sure that you understand that it's not like federal work study paying for all of it. The department still has to pay for 25%, which is kind of nice because it allows the department to be able to pay a little bit more, and it also allows them to hire more students. So make sure you guys understand that.
Oh, that's even worse.
Can you show me what it looks like? I think that looks good.
I know, but I want to get the full speaker space on. Long.
Oh, okay. There we go. That's good. Okay.
No, I know, but who said it? Yes, and
Man, watching you.
Yeah, it's good. Look how official that was.
So Megan, that new link, is it running the QR? So do I need to remake the QR code?
The QR code I texted you I texted you a QR code, right? I texted you a QR code, I think. Because for some reason that was just taking you to the log in to Qualtrics, but I have the QR code somewhere that actually works.
Okay, yes, you sent me that one.
Okay, that one should work.
Okay. It'll be in your email in like a minute.
Yeah.
You should do it.
Okay. Just so I can send it out to us so we can put it on the video board.
And am I good to post that right now?
Mhm.
Do you
Thank
want to
you.
write a caption? Do you want to write a little caption for it on Instagram?
Sure.
Yeah, we're taking 2 birds out. I've learned if I just use gradients and everything else.
Is there another game?
There's one tonight.
I know, but she got it started over the weekend, so we can put it on. I don't think there's another chance.
Oh, yeah. Do you want my presentation files as it for the DI on this here?
Yes, please. I've been sent a bunch of different stuff. And that's all but I think it's like there's different drafts. So yeah,
Yeah.
you need to use the calendar, whatever, like finalized.
I have the one that I actually hooked up.
Did I get a sunset in there?
Yeah.
Just cross reference before.
Yeah. Great song though. How about that?
I hope that you have more time than I did because I made.
Also,
mine
Megan, sorry I didn't
on
respond to your text. I was at Mock.
Oh no, you're
I don't
fine.
have
felt
it
bad.
done.
Oh, you're fine. I know I was gonna see you today, but I just needed to send that before I forgot.
Yeah, this one.
How would you put her in for exec? Did you pray for myself?
Say what?
Run for exec.
Do you have time for that?
It's gonna be as much as I already said. I'm not trying to go for like.
What position?
Like something easy.
You think finance is easy?
Well, that's why I do it at the Capitol.
I might.
You guys finance the team?
I do.
Commercial?
You can take me to that.
So you guys, you have to do the presentation.
That'd be so
For
cute
sending,
though.
or not, if you guys are, but you have to like apply for the loan.
That'd be adorable.
Would it?
Are you guys gonna take my part?
Would you do it this year?
Alright,
So I guess you would.
Yeah.
You're gonna be in
I'll be
Beijing.
Yes.
Yep.
No, I'll tell people.
She is.
Yes, okay, so we'll just have probably that on the record. And we can just- Okay.
I should write this down.
Guys. Don't tell me when.
Where's Molly? Did Molly send a, whatchamacallit? Oh, okay.
She's not on. Yes.
I need to go to the bookstore.
Right now.
Yeah. I need to see if I go with you.
I need to see this first.
Wait a minute, I think.
I didn't put a name on it. I just said, thank you for saving my life.
Okay.
I just designed them.
I stole yours.
Okay, Megan, I just sent it.
You're gonna need.
Did I? No, I didn't. Take that back. Take that back.
So close.
Oh, that's actually
Shane.
kind of disgusting. I'm like,
Thank you.
sorry. Apply all. Attach it.
That's fair.
Okay. Now you have it. Ignore the first email. And once you text me that caption, I'll just send it right now. How much time do we have next week?
10 minutes.
You want to walk in. Put it in your back pocket, it's a normal person. I think I'm gonna set up. That's fair. Oh, one. Search. I just put in my application to the accounting master. It's not very research heavy, it's mostly just like the continuation of actions, so. Yep. Ah, gotcha. I just remembered that the Canadian Public Administration Program is one of the ones we heard from for educational opportunity last year. I think it's some money for that for scholarships.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they talked about that. Oh, you poor soul. I'm so sorry. I went into my retirement account on Sunday, just said sell everything, when people not in now it turns out. A good friend of mine, Catherine O'Neill, is currently applying to philosophy PhD.
Did you
And
put
she's
in
looking
your
into
possible
Blue Chicago.
like how much you was wanting to allocate out?
Yes.
So like for velocity.
8,000 to Washington, 8,000.
Is that like 40? 40 was.
Yeah, 40.
I think she was going for really old.
800.
Yeah, I don't know why she's making, so she really wants to go to the Catholic grad school. Apparently they have really good philosophy.
That's what we
I'm
do.
sure you did it.
800.
Yeah, 821, you know,
So I think it's.
Yep, I am so happy. I have 10 credits. Four of them are two people. The school business requires all of the students to take two capstone courses. National 498 has this policy and strategy, and this 410 professional with capstone. Both of them are working. Have you taken any of them?
No, but I know you say that, I check out, take that.
This
I
410.
think
Yeah.
This for 10.
Let me tell you about this 410.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah. It's 8 weeks long because it's a semester. We didn't have class the first week because we only meet on Monday. So the second week of classes, usually we have to do a bit of catch up in another course, right? It's lots of instruction. The entire first lecture in Biz 410, we spent doing icebreakers. Literally no actual instruction, just going around in groups asking each other questions.
What room is this in class?
It was in Cafe 1120, and the class was, I don't know, I'd say 50 people.
I think that's bad, right?
It's one of the classrooms like directly left when we walk in.
Oh, okay.
It's where they teach business writing a lot. Nah, it is. I got an excused absence this week for this, and there was no makeup for it, so I'm assuming that this week's lecture wasn't going to be important either.
You just like to get all of these.
Yeah, these are the assignments. Who am I speech, coaching conversation, financial model, and the final assignment is a personal manifesto.
Sounds good, all fine. Yeah, this.
Oh, yeah. Between all 4 different hours, it's a lot of money. It's not easy. Just trying to like go. Thankfully, I transferred it and not having that. I mean, I could have graduated conservatively, but honestly, just didn't feel like it. So I put in the master's instead.
Oh, that courthouse.
Yeah, why would it? How to do limbo. They were just taking me out today.
Yeah, remind me what's it. Gotcha. I remember being confused. That wasn't business.
No business degree.
Sounds so sad.
The School of Business is a very serious institution that has very real courses, like Biz 410.
They have the points and simplify from.
Yeah, the e-points system through the professionals platform. You have to get 200 e-points from attending like development events around the B school, earning certifications, or else you can't enroll in a class that is required for all of the students to enroll.
I think that's pretty point. Yeah. Don't you get like a certain amount? You like go to, you have some like honor roll, like-
If you get 500 people to be on the dean's honor roll and get to go to a lunch with the dean of the school. It's a very high honor. There's also a career board if you want to get competitive about it. My one regret is that I wasn't born a year earlier,
Oh,
because then I could have just like gotten into the program before
so when you
that.
can
Started
get
all that stuff. Yeah.
Okay, also could you send me the photos and videos you got? Just like all of them?
Yes, you can see some stuff. Mainly in Molly. But I took so many years.
Nah, sorry. I am one of the officers of King Gamers, so it's a lot. Mhm.
Do you want me to go ahead and get started?
Sure. Let me show you.
Then I unmuted, so Jody should be able to hear.
Awesome. Hi. Thanks, Jody, for joining online. I know she was here in spirit, but she's also here online. It was fun to see your face on there for a little bit. My name is Cameron Lauer. I am the director for recycling and custodial here at the university. Hi, Jody. Wanted to tell everybody how much I appreciate the opportunity to stand before you once again and discuss the process of recycling at the University of Kansas and the ongoing work that your support helps make possible. First, I want to acknowledge those of you that have taken the time over the past year to engage with us, whether it was touring the facility, meeting with our staff, or simply asking questions about how we operate. Your continued interest in recycling at KU has been both refreshing and essential. And I want to reiterate that our doors are always open for anyone who wants to see firsthand what we do and why it matters. That said, I do want to take some accountability on my part that I have not been great at communicating. We lost a leadership member in our department, tragically, that I don't want to go into the details, but I've had to assume their responsibilities in the interim. And so that involves second and third shift coverage. So I apologize for not being as good as I can be at responding to some of those questions and concerns that you've had. Last year, though, I stood here and spoke about the challenges that we faced, how years of budget cuts have left us struggling to keep our trucks running, our bins maintained, and our staff supported. I described how at times last year we had just one employee managing all of recycling. We had to strip parts from functional vehicles to keep the others running, or to non-functional vehicles to keep the others running. We had to remove single stream recycling from housing, limited waste diversion efforts in one of the largest areas, waste diversion efforts in one of the largest areas of campus. And most of all, how we felt like we were barely staying afloat in our process and our responsibilities to the university. I am proud to say that today the conversation has shifted, that we are no longer talking about survival. We are talking about progress. For the first time in years, our department is in a position to expand and improve rather than just maintain. We are fully staffed, which has dramatically improved our ability to provide consistent service across campus, keeping just under 20 tons of recyclable material out of landfills each month. We have successfully replaced 2 out of 3 trucks, marking a significant improvement. That said, one of the new trucks that we have bought has had some pretty major repair work required on it. So we're, kind of back to square one on one of the vehicles, on 2 of the vehicles, excuse me. So that complicates the pickup schedule routes by being limited to just one functional truck and one that is not in great condition. and it makes our processes much less efficient. The logistics of pickups, of how we pick stuff up around campus, we've got a staff of 4 total, 1 manager and 3 recycling technicians in the recycling shop. And so when we have 3 functioning trucks, we can be very efficient. We can do 3 pickup routes per day, independent ones. We do have different routes that require 2 members of our team to be present to pick up safely. A lot of those involve the cardboard containers that are just physically larger, about the size of 2 of these tables put together. And so logistically, we need 2 human beings that can actually pick that up. And even with the lift on the back of the truck, it gets complicated. So that has limited our ability to be as efficient as possible. So even though those steps forward have been great, there is still work to be done to ensure our fleet remains safe, reliable, and fully functional to our employees. However, growth comes with its own set of challenges. While we are making real progress, the work ahead of us is significant. Many of the recycling bins across campus, both indoors and outdoors, are still in disrepair due to years of overuse and lack of replacement. We have begun the process of addressing this, but the cost of upgrading our infrastructure is high. Last year, one of the major purchases that we made was replacing the indoor cardboard containers for the academic and housing sides of campus. They have KU branding on it. They are branded with this Rock Chalk Recycle on it, and overall instructions of how to better contribute to the process of cardboard recycling. So being more transparent about what instructions are across the board with signage and just getting participation up and limit the amount of contamination into those processes. While infrastructure improvements take time, they are necessary. A strong recycling program cannot function without the right tools, and upgrading these bins will not only improve efficiency, but reinforce the culture of sustainability that we strive to foster at KU. One of the main things of our goals going forward in the next year is replacing some of those outdoor recycling, cardboard bins and single stream recycling bins that have gone about a decade without being replaced. These bins are stored outside they're necessary to get stored outside. And so the wear and tear on those get exponentially worse the longer they, don't get replaced. In addition to infrastructure, we continue to prioritize education and engagement. The success of any recycling program depends on participation, and contamination remains a significant challenge. This is why we are working closely with the building staff to improve communication, ensure proper signage, and conduct more regular waste audits. These efforts will help us better understand the behaviors and patterns that contribute to contamination so that we can address them effectively. Those will be very important components to the potential of reinstating single-stream recycling to housing buildings on campus. One of the main reasons the decision was made to not continue with single-stream recycling on the housing side of campus was because of the level of contamination on that side. It's a story that I believe people are probably getting tired of hearing, but there's examples of people trying to recycle not only pizza boxes, which can't be processed through our single stream recycling process, but like rotisserie chickens were in there. It got pretty extreme with the contamination process. And so anything that the chicken remains touch in that bin are now no longer recyclable either because it's contaminated. So it really is just by reducing contamination, we reduce the amount of putting our recycling staff as middlemen of just stuff that's going to the landfill. And not only that, but increasing the amount of tonnage that we keep out of the landfill and sell back to the single stream recycling process. So beyond that, we are also strengthening our partnership with the City of Lawrence. Together, we are working to develop consistent standardized recycling signage that will be used both on campus and in city buildings. This will help us eliminate confusion and create more unified approach to waste management across our community. We are also looking to partner with the City of Lawrence for event recycling to divert as much material as possible from that landfill. Another area where we've made progress is reducing the amount of plastic that KU contributes to landfills. We have transitioned to biodegradable nitrile gloves for our operations, which basically the degrade process for those nitrile gloves that all of custodial uses, all of recycling uses, most of the operations for the MEP shops, which is like plumbers and HVAC, that they use those as well. Those natural gloves take around, the normal ones take around 200 years to actually biodegrade and turn into dust and to essentially go back to zero. The ones that we use now take just under 2 years. So it is greatly reduced. Even the natural gloves that get put into the landfill process, they're gone within a matter of a couple of years instead of a couple hundred years. So that's been one way that we've improved that. We are testing biodegradable indoor trash bags with limited success. It's something that, depending on the use of the trash cans themselves, especially on the academic side, because there's a varied number of uses between labs or, the varied reasons or ways that people utilize campus buildings, biodegradable trash bags may not be an option everywhere, but it's something we're going through in the evaluation process of we're going to use them where we can. Now, while small changes like this may seem minor in isolation, they add up over time and contribute to the larger goal of minimizing our environmental impact. We have also stopped using recycling bags in the single stream recycling process. And so the way that it used to work is that, so we've limited the process. We've tried to become as efficient as possible with partnering with the custodial crews in the buildings to where the recycling crew, which again is only about including the manager, a 4-person team, limit their exposure of walking inside the buildings. It just takes time. It adds variables into their pickup process, and it makes this a lot less efficient. So the custodians are the ones that bring it out of the building. How they would do that in the past is they would take them in blue recycling bags, put them in those bags into the dumpsters that the recycling crew picks up, and then they would come back, rip them open, sort them, and go through the process of recycling container. Now, with no bags, we not only eliminate the plastic that we're adding to the landfill process, or removing that from the process, but we're making the sorting process more efficient. We have the ability to dump it into the dumpster, pull the things out that need to be pulled out, and then just start the compactor to where it goes in there. It turns a 25-minute process into a 4-minute process. And so being more efficient in that whole thing is what makes that small crew possible to do that 20 tons per month pickup that we do of recyclable material throughout campus. And that 20-ton number is cardboard and single-stream recycling. It's not just single-stream recycling. But it literally keeps thousands of plastic bags out of landfills every year. But the biggest benefit is probably making us more efficient. Of course, none of this would be possible without funding. The student fee that supports our operations remains the critical component of how we sustain and improve our services. However, we also are continuing to supplement this with operational state funds, which have allowed us to take on overdue projects that were put on hold for years. Last year, we secured $140,000 in operational funds, which helped us purchase the 2 new to us recycling trucks and begin the bin replacement process, which is what I was talking about with the indoor cardboard recycling bins. As I mentioned earlier, though, some of these initiatives, especially infrastructure upgrades, will take multiple years to fully implement. The reality is that recycling is not a passive process. It is ongoing, active effort that requires investment, strategy, and adaptability. Waste is produced every single day, no matter what. And if we are not prepared to handle it responsibly, it ends up in a landfill at a very high rate. That 20-ton number strikes true across the board. But that's why we must continue to push forward, not just to maintain what we have, but to build stronger, more effective program for the future. As we look ahead, I want to emphasize that even with all the progress that has been made, we're not done. There is still daily work to be completed, bins to be replaced, education to be expanded, and infrastructure to be improved. But for the first time in a long time, I can confidently say that we are on the right path. And that's because of the support we've received from this body and commitment of those who believe in the importance of responsible waste management at KU. I really appreciate all of your time of listening to me talk and to give some breakdown of what the process is. I want to leave a decent amount of time for questions that in the past I've gotten a decent amount of them. So I want to be respectful of your time and really want to answer as many questions as possible. But I really am looking forward to keep this process going and both strengthen and continue the partnership between these two bodies. So I appreciate you all very much. Do you have any questions? I'm not sure how this exactly works. Please.
So you said that through the federal funding, or was it state funds?
State.
State funds. you were able to buy 2 new trucks to us. So does that mean that they were used trucks though?
They are used trucks, yeah. They both had, and that's actually what part of the problem is of getting that third one replaced, is finding a truck that fits our needs, and which is specific needs. They have to match up with the dock at the shop. They have to be a certain spec as far as the size of the cab, size of the bed of the truck and the box itself, but it also has to have at least the ability to install a lift on it as well. And those combination of requirements, along with not having extremely high miles, is turning out to be more difficult to find than we have a contract through Enterprise. And so it's a nationwide search, it's all that stuff. I just don't want to be a good, lack of a better word, custodian of this money that we get for recycling. I don't want to make a hasty purchase, have one with 100,000 miles, and then have the same problem that we just had with the one that had 40,000 miles and have some drivetrain issues that have taken it out for months. Please.
I'm sure I can, I'm sure I can look through the documents, but off the top of your head, are you asking for the same flat rate as last year, or are you asking for more money?
So it depends on what the goals of, my goal in recycling is to reinstate single stream recycling back to housing. I am currently in discussions with housing. It is not one of their absolute priorities to make those improvements and to add that back into the process as of right now, mainly because it would cost them around the $50,000 a year to have another staff member designated for that area. And so we're at a bare bones minimum staffing level right now for the level of service that we provide to the academic side and the cardboard pickup that we have everywhere. And then when I say everywhere, I mean in housing still, in the dining halls and unions and all of that stuff, that it's not just in the academic side. That is our priority because that is what we get money from you guys. So we want to prioritize buildings that have comprehensive usage by students before we do ones that only affect a portion of the student population. And in addition to that, it's something that these funds were intended for the academic side. And so with it being a different pile of money, it would be somewhat irresponsible to try and stretch those funds, taking services away from areas that we need to provide them to provide them in a lesser way across the board. Please. Oh, sorry.
Thank you for presenting. I just had a question on the contamination aspect.
Please.
Like, how does that necessarily work? How do you sort out which ones are contaminated? Is it?
It's a hands-on process. It's literally, it's dumping bins and training our staff to pull out what needs pulled out. And what the contamination process is almost zero on the academic side because it's not all the time, but almost 100% custodial staff adds to those bins. And they know what needs to go in there. They're not putting, for example, rotisserie chickens into the process. And so the contamination is low on the academic side because it's really just our staff that is interacting with those materials. And so really where we need to educate people, especially with implementation back on the housing side, that will be a partnership with both ResLife and housing operations to educate the students who live in those buildings through the RAs and complex directors that are, day-to-day touch points with those students themselves. The signage that we have that coordinating with the city of Lawrence is also going to, add to that process, but it's an education problem is really what it is. It's when we're talking about contamination, we're talking about participation. And I think that making it to where it is crystal clear, either through signage or education processes, like I said, in housing, making it to where there's no questions about what goes where, how to interact with this process, or just the ability to know you're not messing it up is going to be on us to provide that in a more comprehensive way.
And then I just had a follow-up question. And I've just noticed this, maybe this is a purpose, but like some recycling bins have like selective slots in terms of like you can only put bottles in there. Is that an effort to like limit contamination, or is that just?
So that goes into the people are creatures of habit, and the process, any single stream recycling goes into the same process. And the ones that have, there's some of them that have it's essentially a slit in it with a circle in the middle. It's meant for cans, papers, that type of stuff. It's meant to, just by physical barriers, limit people throwing away things that can't go in there. And so there's a lot of bins that have those on there. It is not specifically for like, hey, these are only meant for cans and papers, which is what the hole on the top of the lid looks like. It's more to restrict usage to where it lends itself to how it's supposed to be interacted with, instead of just an open bin where people can throw anything in there. Because person in a hurry leaving a building, if all they see is a recycling container and they have something that isn't technically recycling, I understand the logic of theirs that it's better to throw it in there than it is to throw it on the ground. I get that. But a lot of that is logistics of going through, interacting with building users, like I said before, and figuring out how buildings are used and what exits are utilized, how we can improve those processes from inside the building, as opposed to just hoping people interact with them correctly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm seeing here that if we weren't to increase your budget, you would be seeing some losses in the upcoming years. What would that look like for your department? Is that the loss of a truck, the loss of an employee?
It would reduce our ability to buy a new truck to replace the one that doesn't function. But really what that would mean is a reduction in services. And so that would mean a number of different things, whether it is just keeping the same pickup schedules and a reduction in the amount of pickups that we do per week. For instance, the Birds Union, or actually any of the unions, to be honest, all of those are on, because of the dining halls that exist within them, and this is the same for Mrs. E's, are an everyday pickup. And that's because the orders that they get in, the cardboard pickup schedule is extreme. And it's something that, depending on what their delivery days are, they could be overflowing one day, and then we pick it up, and then it's right back to it before we pick up the next day. And so if it's a reduction, if it's that type of stuff, really what that equates to is a reduction in services in some capacity. Now, we are very mindful about reducing services in a way that doesn't affect our ability to pick up material. And so the unions and the dining halls may be a bad example of that, just because those are necessary to pick up on a daily basis. But it would mean a reduction in cardboard pickup on the housing side, which is one of those routes that require 2 of our techs to be present for it. We would be as mindful as possible, but bottom line, it would mean a reduction in services.
Any more questions? Great, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you for joining, Jody.
Also your Instagram. That's not
I just don't want to like exist.
Then don't
But I want to have an account.
Last year, I got
But it looks like
A bot?
Yeah, I know. But there's the picture is there, but not really. I think it's cute. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, do you
I don't want to touch those. I think what was
Okay. And when you keep adding more positions and positions, you're gonna get that.
I'm actually applying. Because there's a couple.
Shay, what's the thought?
Do a couple of reasons.
But are you truly helping?
Didn't they get 5 cents because we had to add the?
They-
students on?
Because for none of those positions, they don't, do they have any confidence that they could call you up, and you could get that?
So if I'm reading it correctly, they're asking for either 40 cents or.
And now.
We have 25 minutes till our next presentation, so if you need to go do anything, you have time.
I need to just put it down.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Do you know? They didn't say it all. I keep being worried that I'm missing something.
This is too.
Now that I'm separated, non-essential, essential. You're like the other one's not.
So did you get it?
No, I got it.
This is
Because the reason I was ignoring.
Does that not make you more stressed? Because I feel like trying to balance.
No, because everything on that's not.
Check the version history.
Okay.
Like that's like
Teams.
files, like other stuff.
Hey, Megan.
Stuff that was during.
So does this mean they're asking for a 40-cent increase?
Oh.
That's what I would need to figure out too, because usually they have a flat one and they have their increase.
So now
Yeah.
barely, I can.
So they were just.
You see that?
Okay, do you know how to check through the version history on James to figure out the old one?
Is Senate?
Yes.
Okay,
I don't.
I'm signing up here for a second. So do we think it was edited? It said it was modified 5 hours ago by Casey. In that case, open in SharePoint. Show me version history. Working on it. No, the version added earlier today was the only version of it that exists. Odd.
So is it just like a example input or?
That was my understanding of what that was, but again, I was I thought that was just a hypothetical situation. It's not actually. I thought it was supposed to be stat for all these questions, never do deliberations.
Are you adding that as a?
That is what I was. That's what
I added it as a job.
I would put it more as like a. Or
My
like
bad,
a thing that
bad.
you did within the.
Can you explain?
All right.
I think it's.
Their current rate is $295.47.
What?
What do I imagine this trend is going to eat up most of the budget, and then we're going to have to split hairs around the rest of it, right? Fair.
I did.
It might get a little bit more if
So
it's
it's like
up
they
to
didn't give
DK,
you
but I'm not angling for that.
You know, it's an option.
We have like what, $10.50?
Yeah.
Less than that, but over 10.
$10.25.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I'm just more for the scholarship.
So
I'm sponsored.
$5-6 to transit, split the rest of it around.
Do they give it to you?
Yeah.
Hopefully health is not going to be an issue.
They don't just send you like.
I don't,
Oh, no.
Mhm.
what
Because
are
health
the-
and transit are the big ones.
yeah.
Recreation can afford to stay the same because their
Yeah.
bonds about to expire.
The baby takes care of it?
They can just take out a new bond for new expansion and we'll end up paying the same amount.
So our understanding is this is like that one was the actual ask and those were just.
Yeah.
Because I thought that was like a lower tier.
Yep.
I was looking at the UDKs, that one doesn't sound like it's that really don't increase.
DK isn't asking for an increase? Good, they got a lot last year.
I'll pick this one. Yeah.
Transportation, Watkins, hopefully student unions is fine, but student unions also includes.
Unions is most likely asking for some.
Really? Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
We'll see what,
Because they were hard to schedule.
we'll see what,
Talking to their executive director and he said that he was planning on asking for a flat.
yeah. Senate might need some money to catch up on block unless they're just planning on doing massive cuts to catch up.
I don't know what you're saying, but you're right.
Shay says, give us everything,
Oh,
Chris agrees.
the whole $10.
Yes, the whole,
I mean, if we had,
What about
if we
the whole
gave
just
all $10 to
$522?
Senate, then not only would we fix the deficit, we would end up with double like the amount of money.
All
we're-
$10?
Let's do that right now.
No, that's a horrible idea. It's not actually gonna do it.
No.
All,
All 10.
no, all 500.
that would be really fun. We could have a lot of fun.
Should we do Mateo?
And then we just.
This
do
is how we can expand the
So
influence of
I-
student
you are
senate.
the
We
chancellor.
change all the fees to be just to Senate, and then we start making very high interest loans to all of the
That's
programs.
really a thought, Chris.
We
I
can
don't
impose
know if I-
tariffs.
That's really good. I kind of like it. It could be fun.
I went on my retirement account yesterday, and I just put in a sell order for everything. I'm gonna wait for it to get really bad and then buy it all up again. I'll get more shares for less
No, she
money.
would still have it, but every-
Hopefully.
Everything is
but-
just.
Time will tell. Keep me updated. I'm invested.
There's actually only one class. No one gets to do it. We don't know engineers. Sorry, Ham.
The K,
Over there.
are they rebranded?
I think it'd be really funny. Like not saying we should. A doctor? The student's a doctor. Chris, what would you be? What are you even trying,
Accountant.
what are you even trying to be? An accountant?
Yeah,
Just like,
I just applied for the Master Accounting program here.
oh, that's exciting.
What do you like right now?
Mid-March.
If you don't get it, you know what we'll do.
Burn the program? Oh, kill me. Okay.
No?
I was
Whoa.
hoping for more help.
Whoa.
That was wild.
I didn't. I
She
didn't.
did a, she did
I
a,
didn't
It
prompt
wasn't
that.
you that she was gonna.
I didn't prompt that. Yeah, that.
I thought you were just gonna be so disappointed in me that you had to just,
Well, maybe, yeah, I might take myself out of that point.
okay. I'm very excited. I'm starting my second internship this summer. It's
Where?
going to be more money than I've ever made in my life.
How much is it?
Nice.
Tell the group.
$36 an hour.
Whoa. Whoa, you should pay my tuition.
I'm gonna have to save up most of it so that
Well,
I don't
yes.
can afford rent next year.
Well, yes.
But still very excited.
See, Megan, that's why we should up ours to $36 an hour, just to
So
match
you
Chris.
must start
Whatever
with
Chris is
$10
making
an hour
right
instead
now.
of-
Maybe we should just double it. We're women, we've historically made less.
Yeah, I agree that reparations are like,
Here.
Wait, oh yeah. 'cause
Hey, nothing,
it's-
man. Calm down. Camps relax.
I'm sorry.
Camps relax. Be like camp.
I appreciate you and guys like this.
He's
That
chilling.
simulation file is weird too.
I said, I haven't said
It says
hi.
either 40 cents or $1.50.
I was
We should
hi.
have, there was like a
Oh.
bunch of people who were confused and just thought that we had missed something.
Look at you, girlies.
I'm updating my
Up in the
LinkedIn.
front, asking all the hard hitting questions.
I haven't said shit. You should see, my LinkedIn is all high school experience.
Good, how are you?
Right, so I'm updating that right now.
Yes.
But I don't want to delete it.
Update that.
I don't want to delete that because I think it's kind of adorable.
I love it.
Do you still have yours?
I'm sorry.
I think it's cute. Yeah, but you didn't give us that. I'm not
Did I
embarrassed.
make the description smaller? Just so it doesn't look
Yeah.
like peaks in high school?
That's actually a good idea. I don't have anything to script
I don't
on it.
understand what you call
I think the 40
She's like, I think you, maybe you're trying to say like, who's here?
I'm assuming.
That's still weird.
I'm nearsighted.
They hate it already.
Down from like, they're like,
Everything is, they don't seem like they're doing too bad. Are you being the
This is just like.
She tried to say. No, but he changed it. I mean, I'm sorry. I
What?
just wanted to. Yeah, they did, because we're just gonna keep that just like for a while. It won't happen. Well, I just wanted to look at this file that was last. Because.
Yeah. Like I don't have cash. I can't like card. Yeah.
I have a lease and warrants and a student. It's gonna suck, but I think I'll be fine.
I wanted to see if I was there asking.
It's not the worst, that's gonna be like
Are these
2 hours.
My mom told me something.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got water in there.
Yes, he did.
Those internships are insane. I talked to the business recruiter on last Wednesday. They're currently looking for interns in fucking summer 2027. Let's go. Yeah.
Can you start my sister?
They're asking for 40 something.
I could get maybe.
This is just projected, if nothing changed. They just look a little bit.
That's why direct finance didn't have people. Okay, so there's no money, there's no value in this dollars. It says that here.
No, okay, so mine it says 13.5%.
For what? Look at the.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, they're not asking for, sorry. I was on.
You think it got big this
Yeah,
time.
UDK is not.
So then scenario A, that should represent.
Yes. Do they have something to say? Is it just the same thing?
Scenario A.
Okay, yeah. Okay, they're just.
It's not a very big scenario. I think having.
I didn't have access to these last year. I just never asked. I raw dogged it and it worked. I just took notes on what everyone wanted, did the math on my end, and it worked.
I'm really glad that
Oh, I didn't have a spreadsheet last year. I just kind of showed up to deliberations and talked.
So like, the simulation files, just remember the thing you walked in.
And we got, when I didn't have spreadsheets last year, we had historic increases to multicultural organizations and to CSU.
No,
I might have some interesting questions for these 2 years. Because like 3 of the people I knew who used to work in the CSUD have quit because they've been slashing programs for LGBT students.
Of course not.
But they're no
What
more.
is it?
SEC? Yeah, well, they've cut all the weekly programs. They like, out of the programs that used to be in the CSUD, they've just kept like 3 of the semester programs, none of the weekly. I have no idea what they've also moved all of their staff out of the space that used to be the CSUD. So like, students still hang out there, but it's completely unsupervised. I don't understand it.
I understand. I don't know if this is. I think that.
Like move all the space there.
Or just try, yeah, because.
I think they're taking over the whole of that building and also school
There's
board.
a bunch of like empty offices, so they're trying to like get, I think they're trying to put everyone in the SUV.
They moved the SUV staff already over to where sorority and fraternity life used to be. Like the 2 program coordinators that used to be. Yeah. They have windows now, which is cool.
Where was it before?
ETC was in the
Where was that?
was in the union downstairs before. It's literally across the hallway from
Okay, so they literally just moved same seat.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what they're doing with Sweet. Oh, I don't know what they're doing with the Sabatini Center. They might be moving ETC there.
I mean, I don't know. I just know they're hired people and I know that's like, that's the vibe right now.
Yeah.
That they're trying to go out all this space.
Well, they had to. Yeah, they had to hire a bunch of people I know because they had some staff. A bunch of, they've had a lot of turnover. No one like I know a bunch of the student workers. We used to be the CSU because they're mad about the program. Can't imagine UTC and home there doing much better. I knew that some of the LMA student staff would. So I'm going to ask about their turnover. Oh, I did add the new hearings onto the website. It was just like yesterday, so I can imagine it's going to help much. I also added the new notes just to explain the support services. Yep. Whichever one of you works on the budget book this year, last time when I was doing it, I made some formatting changes to it, so it should be like easier to update. It was real awesome.
It looks good, though.
So clean. This is also when I figured out about the deficit. We had more issues. Yeah. I was having so much fun making the formatting look nice, and then I did the totals, and I immediately texted Turner and Camden.
I should have checked it myself. Shay, can you check the live stream? Is it still going? Okay, perfect.
Cancel my live stream.
No, just when the computer turned off, we didn't know something happened.
Cancel my live stream.
This is why you're in charge.
What class
I
is
don't
already
know
on?
how computers
It's right there.
work. Fantastic.
I look bad. Again, what talking about?
It's about open. Oh, ARPAN, yeah.
Megan.
Yeah.
Yeah, universities have presidents, yeah, for sure.
That'd be my computer facade.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, I didn't know if somebody was sitting here. I'll be right back.
He's saying 310, ARPAN Chicago.
Oh, you should.
I've had Chicago, I'm probably gonna ask him for the recommendation for scholarships, yeah. I'm kind of in that spot because, like, I haven't many professors I've had like more than once or that. I feel like I made a good impression on that. Yeah.
They want to.
I'm gonna head out at 5, I think 6.
I'm never there for that.
I mean, 5 meetings before they learn about the extra hours.
What's it called? Letter something.
Megan.
Letter Egypt.
They haven't gone back to it.
I'm sure, I'm so sorry.
I know you're good.
Maybe you should. That's great. Perfect. Ah, they're close. And just remember something.
Just look at it.
They really do. All over the place. I'm always rushing from one, and you never know what's going on. I can never tell.
All right, everybody, we have the University Daily Kansas presenting now. You guys want to come up?
You all stand next.
Join me. Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. Hi guys, my name is Courtney. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Kansan, and then this is my news editor Emily Harder, my biz manager Gracie Wheeler, copy chief Eric Overgard, and then Nick Youngman, our advisor. And yeah, I guess I'm here to talk to you today. So first of all, the Kansan is very labor intensive. We strive to be a daily news organization, and so that's obviously producing news every single day. It's very hard to do when our staff is only volunteers, which is why we had come to you last year asking for a fee increase. Relying solely on our volunteers creates a little bit of an inclusion program, and if you can't afford to donate your time to us, your voices aren't getting heard. And so one of the big things is paying our staff members, and we put a really, really big dent in that this year, and it's really shown, which we'll get into some of those numbers later. But ultimately, our readers are getting what they pay for. Our readers are you, it is a student body, and what you are paying for is what you're seeing reflected in the pages. And when you're not paying a lot, it's kind of goes into that freemium type of situation where it's like, we can only produce so much content for you. But your investment is paying off. So we asked for a funding increase last year to $370, and that's the same request that we've put in this year is for $370. We have been extremely successful this year on it, and we just want to keep staying the course with our fee allocation and continue to producing those content. So if we go into the numbers with our audience engagement, we did exactly what we said we were going to. Now, these percentage increases don't seem like a whole lot, but if we're looking at our numbers, if we're going an extra 29,000 visitors to our site, that's an extra 29,000 eyes per year. And then we are only looking at our fall data because we've only been paying our staff for this fall and now into the spring. So we don't have full year data yet, but you can already see the trends increasing. And then again, with our page views, like we're going up another 90,000 page views, it looks like, from fall semester to fall semester. And we're making more impactful journalism. So we are showing our top stories from the fall of last year and our top stories of fall of this year. And you can already see our stories this year are more newsy and we're doing bigger numbers. This is because our editorial staff has the time to sit and like help produce breaking news with our reporters, as well as edit those things. So you can see that we have a couple stories from one of our reporters, Amina. She reported on the removing a engineering professor that was protested, and she was able to be on the clock and get that out ASAP while Emily stayed on the ground and was editing live with her so we could be ahead of that news story. The same thing happened when the professor went viral on X for his remark video. Emily was on the ground editing that while Amina was out reporting, and we could only do that because we had Emily's time to make sure that she was there and not out at another job or relying on class to like make her money in other situations. We also have a lot of our arts and culture stories that go out at like midnight or 1 a.m. when things are dropped, and we can only do that because we're relying on our arts and culture editors who are staying up and being paid to edit those stories on the spot instead of getting up the next morning and like lollygagging around and like editing those things at 10 a.m. because then they're not breaking. Our students have already gone somewhere else for those stories. They're looking at Pitchfork, they're looking at Billboard, they're not looking at our local news. And we can see our story about the Menendez brothers Netflix series. Like we got that out very quickly after that dropped. I don't know exact timeline on that, but our story was out there. It was popping up on Google. The SEO training for my staff has paid off, which we were able to have full staff training this year too because of our funding. And we brought in an SEO professional from the Star. And so even that we're reflecting in our fall stories. And again, just being overall newsier. We do a lot of fun stories here at the Kansan, which is what resonates with our audience. But at the end of the day, we are a news organization. We're a daily news organization. So we need to be doing the things that are happening right now and not always just fun stories. So yes. So running with a newsy tip, like we see what we can do now when we have our editors being on the ground, editing in real time, as opposed to waiting around to whenever somebody is free, like our volunteers have in the past. So this is our increase. Now, this is a lot of percentages. What does this all mean? That's a good question. So our page views are increasing, but 60% means nothing until you put it into the context of our views. These percent increase represents tens of thousands of views. So in September of 24, we had a 61% view increase. That was going up from about 55,000 views to 100,000 views, or 105,000 views. The same in October, we went from, I want to say 60 in October to 120. So we're pretty much going about doubling our views now that we have this staff who is always on call and available because of our funding. And then content, we're producing more content than ever as well, because again, we're quicker with our stories, the turnaround is quicker. Our writers are more engaged because our editors are able to be more present and more engaged. Our editors, all of them do wonderful things in their meetings. Pop into a meeting if you ever will. But our editors are like building those connections with the reporters. And when they go out to cover a story, our editors know what our reporters are into and they know what the student body is into. And so in turn, we're producing more quality content and more content just in general. And so we're doing our content increase. I want to say from October we did 87 to 90 stories October of 23. And this October, we were closer to 200 stories. And our sports section was producing in their peak months of October and November. Our sports was producing 80 to 90 stories in a month because of covering not only basketball and football, but also covering rowing and tennis and soccer and all of those things. So our editors are being able to spend more time doing those things because they're not worried about other jobs. And then my last point that I want to make here on this slide is that we do see in December and January these numbers kind of dip a little bit, which looks a little scary, but it really isn't. These numbers are proving to us that we have reached our audience at the KU level. Our numbers for December were on par to match November until we went on break. Now, when we go on break, our readership always drops because students aren't in Lawrence. Students aren't in Lawrence, they're not looking for Lawrence news, they're at home, they don't really care about what's going on here, there aren't really things happening here. And we also know that like our editors and our reporters aren't being paid over that time right now. So that readership is going to dip, they're not getting the quality content they expect during the semester. But as soon as we came back into January, we were slow at the beginning, and as soon as we were back on campus, like those numbers jumped right back up to where they were in September, October, November, and we're even seeing it already again in February, even though we're 3 days in, like the amount people are paying attention to us again. Excuse me. So we went last year from paying 0 of our staff to 16 people on our staff. 13, excuse me. 13 of which are on my editorial staff. So it's me, my business manager, our news editor, sports, Eric, our coffee chief. And then we have 3 senior reporters, which was one of the biggest reasons why we were looking for funding, is so we could pay our top reporters. We have a university administration reporter, a student government reporter, and a multimedia reporter. So these are the people who are asking the hard-hitting questions. They're going to the meetings. They're making friends with people. They're doing the dang thing. And it's free, because we're able to pay all of these people now, it's freed up a lot of our award money to go to more of our reporters. So even though we don't have a huge number of senior reporters, we're able to give a large number of like scholarship type awards out. So at the end of the year, Nick and I had talked about certain people on our staff who were really just overall outstanding volunteer members and award them with grants. Or not grants, but just like awards, I think. I don't know exactly what they're labeled.
They're academic awards, so they are paid in cash to students. And that was our entire payroll up until this year. So $17,000 was all the compensation we had for Kansan editors. And now we're paying these students the wage and the hours you see there, which leaves us the $17,000 to reward our volunteers.
Yeah. So that's going to our about 150 person volunteer staff is where this award money is now going.
It's not enough money to pay 150 volunteers, but it is enough to make up 20
Yeah.
awards to our most productive volunteers.
So those are the reporters whose names you're seeing the most in the Kansan. Our top arts and culture editors, or our top arts and culture reporters, sports, those people, their names that you're seeing every single day. And then part of this is it just really, really helped our staff. Almost everyone on this list has a story, but I know for sure, like my sales manager, Tom, he ended up, because he was able to get paid through the Kansan, quit his university athletics job and came on to us full time, which has made him more productive on his sales team, resulting in more sales for us for our basketball prints. And we've hit our print deadline as of now, and we still have half the season to go and like March Madness. They're already working on other like advertising things that we need for our new to KU guide, which I don't know if you guys saw that, but it's kind of like a guide for freshmen when they're new to campus. But they're already able to start that, and that's because he can dedicate his 10 hours a week specifically to us and not have to worry about his outside jobs. I know that my managing editor, Lane Rosin, I'm sure a lot of you know who he is. He was going to quit the Kansan this year, and he's been here since his first day of freshman year. And because we were able to pay him and keep him on in his role, that like we have had more engagement with our staff than ever before. He plans our monthly all staff meetings. He fixes our website. Anything new that you've seen on our website, Lane has pretty much taken the helm on that one, and that was because we were able to keep him on doing something that he loves. And then, of course, like a couple of my other editors, Emily like included, were able to take less hours at their outside job to be here at the Kansan and not have to worry about paying their rent or paying their tuition and things like that. which has been really, really helpful for them to be 100% focused on their jobs here with us and not seeking outside jobs, seeking outside news jobs. And it ultimately ended up creating better content for you guys. Excuse me. The Kansan is not just a journalism school thing. It is for all of KU. We are sponsored in part by the journalism school and integrated to a lot of the J school classes. But really, we're here for you guys. We're here for the student body. We want to be your voice and include you in our pages. You don't have to be a journalism student to work with us. You don't have to be just an undergraduate. I get emails from graduates all the time. We're actually about to publish a couple of graduate pieces. People having opinions on like things that's happening in whatever graduate department or what's happening on campus and the policies that are happening, and even like our current political economy, or not economy, our political like environment. We also have a lot of sales and marketing opportunities, so we've drawn in a lot of the business school students, which I think a lot of people on Gracie's team actually like are at least minors in business or have a minor in marketing, or marketing is their degree. And so we're not just reporters. And we even have students. We have one who's a biology student. We've got one of our sports writers actually who writes for us a lot. I want to say that he's a history major. So we're open. And as much as we love our journalism students, we also love our students who come with no experience, and we kind of get to help them through reporting and things like that one-on-one. And then of course our opinion pages are always open for students to chit chat and send letters to the editor and like have your opinions, have your girl boss opinions, and be like, actually, I want to point out that this is wrong. Our opinion pages are a platform for you to say, actually, university, this is wrong. Or you know what, guys, as a student body, we should be talking about this. So we're open for everyone. We're also a multi-platform organization. So we have our website, obviously, and then we do our print at basketball games, so you get to shred up our little papers. But we also have an email newsletter that goes out 3 days a week. We have a mobile app, Kansan.
It's a search for University Daily Kansan in your app store. It's there.
Yes. So we have an app that we're also actively fitting, which Lane is working on too, I think. We're also very active on Instagram. That's where we know we're reaching a lot of students our age. We know from our Instagram analytics that we're reaching the 18 to 24-year-olds on our campus, as well as 24 to 30, who are a little bit more older alumni. We're active on X, which is kind of where it's become more of journalists talking to journalists on X, which is okay. We're getting advice from some older people and like still figuring our breaking news out on there. Facebook is catering towards our alumni audience. We're on TikTok, which has grown tremendously in the last 2 years. And we've also revived our threads. We're gonna test out threads, guys. So we'll see where that goes. And then we also have just recently logged into our YouTube again, which is a new emphasis for us. It kind of died, but we established this year a video editor position. So somebody whose entire job is to work on our videos. So any like sport type video you see, our man on the street type videos, that's all a video editor. And so she is really emphasizing YouTube and kind of YouTube shorts and YouTube long form videos. So we have that coming as well. And then this is just a little bit more about our reach. So, excuse me. So far, our unique users are more than half of what it was for all of 23, and that's just since August. And then our page views, again, are about equal to half of what 2023 was, a little bit more. But again, we just have this one semester opposed to normally a year. So we'll see where those views go from here. We will distribute 45,000 papers this year, which is a lot. And trust me, those go.
That's what we distributed last year, actually. Our number will be bigger for the current year because we had a big special edition for Bill Self.
Oh,
setting
okay.
that record.
So this is last year, but then we had the Bill Self issue this year. We're sitting at about 17,000 X followers. That dipped a little bit, but a lot of KU students have left X as our thoughts on the people who own it. Our Instagram followers are increasing. Our TikTok followers are increasing. Like I had mentioned earlier, we're sitting at about 150 volunteer staff members. That gives and takes throughout the semester because we kind of live on a contribute as you can basis. So we have some volunteers who contribute every week, others who contribute once a semester, etc. And then we host 11 weekly meetings. So among all of our staff, my editors host 11 independent meetings, 4 of which are news meetings, which include my entire editorial staff, and then 2 days a week, those include our reporters. We have sports meetings, arts and culture meetings, opinion meetings, graphics meetings, video meetings, photo meetings, all of the above. So there is a lot of production happening all the time on our end in the J School. Just to touch on real quick, advertising is no longer our chief revenue model, which again is why we are here asking for student funding. It's just really, it's not an effective vehicle for local advertising, and we want to keep the Kansan as free as we can for our student body. Currently, the accountability for the Kansan is our board, our advisory board. There's some more details up there for you, but every other month we go in, Gracie and I meet with our board, ask them questions, see what we can do better. Sorry. And I'll talk about it in my next slide, but we are kind of looking to upgrade that advisory board a little bit more and get some more students in it. And then we also have a lot of peer accountability. So I've noticed a lot this year that now that we have positions that we all really care about and are getting paid to do our jobs pretty much, we're a lot harder on each other about making sure that we are giving you the best content. Not that we weren't before, but it's a lot easier for me to sit and say, okay, is this person really the best person for this job? Do I really want to be paying this person if they're giving me half of what I need? And even when I was hiring, I had to hire 2 new editors this semester because I had 2 graduates last semester. And sitting down with those editors when hiring for those new positions, it was like, okay, if this person doesn't match exactly what we need, let's reach out to XYZ students and see if they're interested, because we want to make sure that the money being spent is being well spent. We don't just want anyone who applies to be in our positions, and we never have. But we did talk about a bit expanding our board, some more student representation. Right now, it's a lot of faculty members, which is fine. We love our faculty members, but you guys are the one who's paying for us. Our student body is the one who's paying us to produce this news for them, to be here and to be on top of things. So students should be helping us govern our board. And that's not saying that we're an arm of the student senate. That's not saying that this board would have any sort of editorial decision, because we are independent journalists. We are an independent news organization that has to be able to make their own decisions. But we should be wanting to hear from our students. We should be wanting to hear from you guys and from the student body. So that's just something else that's kind of in the future that we've been talking about. And ultimately, you're funding a better Kansan for a better KU. The higher quality journalism you have, the better community we have, the more informed community we have. And the more informed it is for students on things that you guys do, on things that the university administration does. And just slowly by slowly, we're chipping away at this idea that journalism is biased and not informative enough. And our whole role is just to be objective and to show our students, these are the facts. At the end of the day, we're partners with the student senate and with student body, and we just want to be able to do our jobs the best. And that's going to keep happening if we keep our funding and keep going. And then obviously we have time for questions. But if you need me ever, this is my contact information and Emily's contact information. And we do have a student senate reporter who comes and meets you guys. So that her contact's up here too. But, okay, that's done. Questions?
I had two if I could.
Yeah.
First, just to,
Courtney, let Danae choose the answer sheet.
No, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Okay.
first, just to confirm, you are asking for a flat fee for the upcoming year, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Second, some of us have noticed that UDK articles, especially the ones revolving around Student Senate, have had factual inaccuracies in them. I've personally noticed this a few times and sent a few emails over to the UDK to have them corrected. So I'm just wondering, what are your, what protections do you have against these mistakes moving forward?
So moving forward, our Student Senate reporter is very new, and we just hired her on at the end of last semester, so she's learning, and Emily is working with her to like kind of get those factual things happening. And she does her due diligence as much as possible, but sometimes like something's misinterpreted, and we're really emphasizing to her to make sure she's reaching back out to you guys to make sure she's getting the right information. And then if you come to us being like, hey, this isn't right, then we'll go in, we'll fact check that, we'll change it if we need to, write a little editor's note, and make sure we're doing that properly. And that's just gonna come with time as we figure out like what exactly this reporter's role is and how, once she gains her footing, she'll be a bit better about like making sure.
Let me jump in on this real quick too, Courtney. One of the things I've been working with the staff on is to increase their visibility and their reachability by the community. We haven't had a great record of including reporter bylines on stories when reporters write stories for the Kansan. And so if you had an issue with the story, it's not obvious what you're supposed to do to contact someone to get it corrected. So now, it is now the Kansan's policy, you should see this in every story now. At the bottom of the story, there should be an email address of the reporter who wrote that story, and that should be someone who will be responsive to you if you are reporting an error back to them. If they are not responsive to you, then absolutely you should be reaching out to me or to Courtney. Accuracy is job one for these students, and if they're not reaching that bar, then that's something that we need to be 100% accountable
Yeah.
for.
It would also be really helpful if you guys, when our student reporter is there, if there's like documents or whatever that our student senate reporter might need, because I know we had a situation about the DEI fund and like the technical name for that of whatever you guys had, like we're now referring to it, but the documents that we had still said DEI fund. And so it's like, if we can get the documents of those changes, like as you guys are making them, that would also be really helpful.
Can I just ask you a quick follow-up?
Go ahead.
Are you aware that we have all of these documents on our public Teams workspace that any student can join?
I was not aware that the workspace was public. Did you know
There
that?
is a join link on our front page of our
I believe
website.
Julia's in it.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Also to kind of just go off of Chris's question as well though, because he was talking about inconsistencies with student senate reporting, and I understand the reporter this year is new. However, this has been a consistent issue since I was a freshman. I've been a part of student senate, so I've always read the UDK articles, and consistently for 4 years straight, there's always grammatical spelling errors, and then also, which is fine, like that's okay, but what really matters are the factual errors. And so it's not just about this new reporter, this is like a historical and consistent issue, which is really important, because if you're reporting on student senate related stuff, as you said, you're trying to be impactful reporters, and if you're giving like false or misrepresented information, that is having an impact, but it's a very negative impact that it's having. So what exactly are you planning to do to fix that? Because even at the beginning of this year, I had talked with you and I'd offered like I could do a training with whoever the new reporter is or something like that, because you all as well like probably are not the most knowledgeable about student senate. It's people in student senate who are. So what exactly are you guys going to do to fix this so that it can stop?
So we actually talked to Julia just this past week about making sure that we get a meeting set up with you and Alana to kind of clarify some of those situations. And we are hoping that with this, our senior reporter position being a Senate reporter, that paid position, it does put a bit more pressure on the reporter to double, triple, quadruple check everything. And we've emphasized that because we both read the Student Senate stories. And so anytime we also catch those errors, we go straight to our reporter and we're like, hey, like this is not acceptable. We cannot be misquoting or misrepresenting what Student Senate is actually doing. And so that's something that we are actively working on with our Student Senate reporter.
Yeah, so I've got a few related questions, just a quick fire. What's the year-to-year revenue increase, and is there a pathway towards self-sufficiency? I know you said that the ad model is not working, but like a long-term strategy, because when Nick came to us, like some of the, it's not even on.
Okay, just talk about it.
Yeah, so when Nick came to us like 3 years ago, some of the veteran board members know, it's been like quite a bit of a kerfuffle since COVID. Overall, like drop in terms of net revenue. What's the year-to-year increase, and then what's the long-term strategy for, getting to some amount of independence?
Nick, do you have our year-to-year?
We didn't budget an increase in revenue this year, but it looks like we're going to see an increase in revenue this year, which is a nice little bonus for us. We don't expect revenue to rise from advertising dramatically. One thing that is happening that we're noticing is that as the quality and the amount of content is rising, that is increasing the audience, and that increase in audience does translate to some new revenue from the programmatic advertising on the website. And we hope eventually it'll translate into local revenue from local advertisers who see that we have a robust audience. But there's no way, I think, that the Kansan would get to an advertising revenue level that would allow us to pay these 15 students like we're paying now. What that advertising revenue does, and it's about, what's the number right now? What are we trying to hit this year, Gracie?
Our goal this year in advertising revenue is 55,500. We're about 31 right now, which is a huge increase from where we were last year. We had a little bit of a lower budget, but I think it was close to like 50,000 was what we were hoping to hit last year, which we did not. So to already be at 31,000 is just a testament to how that funding has helped our sales team.
But just to reiterate this point, Farhad, the problem we have is that the things that make money aren't our core mission. Like making the Kansan and doing reporting, that doesn't really generate a lot of revenue for us. What generates revenue for us is printing papers for basketball games. We can sell the hell out of that. And printing this magazine for new students. Some of you may or may not have seen that. I'm sorry we didn't put a slide up, but I didn't think of it. But we mail a guide for new students to freshmen and incoming transfer students. That is quite profitable, and we're actually stoking the goal for that this year to $20,000 in revenue. So that's where we are. I don't think we're ever going to get to a point where where advertising pays the bill. And my formulation of it is that what we're asking you for, basically, you can think of it this way, is a subscription fee for students. We're asking students basically to pay the $10 a year, I think is what it works out to be, that keeps us in business. And that's kind of the model all traditional media are at now, where they're really relying a lot more on subscriber revenue as opposed to advertising.
Specifically regarding student leadership. Yeah.
We are about out of time, so I'm going to let Ivana ask her question.
All right, please feel free to email me with any questions you have.
So you had mentioned that as far as there's a mic right here. Thank you. So you had mentioned that for this next year, you're not looking for a fee increase. Are there any like internal changes in the allocation that you would like to make? Maybe like training for staff, or is it mainly just to hire more personnel to cover a wide variety of stories?
So we are seeing that some of our hours are going to get redistributed. Ultimately, that's going to be up to the next editor. But I know that Grace and I have talked previously about where some of those hours should go, if some of them should move to our business team. And then we're also looking at, Nick and I are discussing 2 more paid positions adding this spring, just because not all of our hours are being used
We're under
to their
budget
full max.
on what we had planned for student wages, and so we have space to add another couple of students to the paid staff, we hope.
Yeah, so those will be new positions, hopefully, and that we can be able to keep through the next upcoming year as well. if that answers your question.
Thank you.
Great, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so.
Of course, I'm sorry.
Wait, if anyone does have more questions for the UDK, you can send them to me and I will email Courtney and Nick.
We don't have.
And we'll get all those answered just so like the whole group can know.
So we rely, Instagram, we feel is helpful a lot,
I'm so sorry, we're just trying to. We have them right before this, we should be good, but you'll get your full 30 minutes.
Yeah, do you already have it pulled up, or do you want me to do it?
Yes, we.
And are you wanting those around the 20% split?
Whatever you, I think that's probably generally what we do, but whatever you kind of feel.
It's gonna be 20 times.
Yes. It's been very varied
Hello.
today, and whether we had a lot of questions or not, just.
my salary is the biggest chunk of that. And the Kansan pays out. Training expenses, although that does cost. And then software. You have monthly software fees for a bunch of stuff that makes the website run. So that's what most of this is.
All made by student artists and designers.
What does it say? Okay, that one I didn't understand the voices. That like Lisa. But this one, bringing it back together. That's really nice. What's going on? No, you told me.
Very big difference from what they They said they were planning on increasing.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I saw one of the,
So we can't get like.
Oh, yeah.
But I was like, yes. So why are you increasing?
I mean, I don't care about, I care about if it's services students.
Right.
But if we don't.
Right.
No,
The stickers we got stamps for Valentine's coming up.
there's one down the hall, but it only has air dryers. If you want one with paper towels, you have to.
Yeah. So once you.
All right, everybody, we're gonna start our next presentation. We have the Sexual Assault Prevention and Education Center.
Hello, thank you all so much. I'm so excited to be able to visit with you and talk to you about our good program that we do here on campus. My name is Jen Brockman. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the director of the Sexual Assault Prevention and Education Center here at KU. We're located in the Burge Union, and we're very excited to have just celebrated our 9th anniversary as being an office on campus. So, yay! Next year we got big plans for our year 10, but we'll see what happens. So, we're going to start off a little bit with talking about our office. So, if you're not familiar, our office provides primary prevention education on campus in the field of what is referred to as gender-based violence. So we are having really intentional evidence-informed programming and training for our students on the areas of sexual harassment, sexual violence, intimate partner violence, and stalking. And as you'll notice, we have this idea of primary prevention. So our work is really focused on changing attitudes, behaviors, and beliefs before harm occurs. Really looking to change that cultural shift, as we can see some of those really significant changes on campus over the last 9 years. So let's talk a little bit about what that looks like. So one of the interesting things about the field that we operate in is that we can use that evidence-based model. So everything that comes out of our office is cross-referenced and made sure to hold the best research practices and standards. So we use a 4-system evaluation. So one, we are using the Stop Sexual Violence Prevention Model from the CDC. This is considered the best practices across the board, right? We also use the socio-ecological model, which if you're a part of social welfare, community health, you're familiar with that, which is looking at how do we implement within different communities and different strategies. We use a prevention tier model, which is called primary, secondary, tertiary, which is the best practices acknowledged by the National Sexual Violence Resource Center. And then we also cross-reference finally with the Michigan State 6-tier model. Lots of words. You don't have to care about them, but we do, which means that we are not experimenting on our students. If something comes out of our office, it's because we've evaluated it against these 4 areas that are evidence-based, and nothing we do comes out that does not line up with those areas, because we don't want to waste students' time, energy, or money that has been carefully given to us. We want to make sure that our students get the best every single time. Especially in this topic, we understand that a bad experience can then shut down future conversations and growth. So we'll give you some examples up here of how we're contributing to student life. So this is based off of the Stop SV. So these are 3 areas of the 5 that we operate in. The first one is our social norm development. That's one of the big ones. How do we create the space that this is our campus culture? This is what it means to be a Jayhawk, and these are our behaviors that we need to do to line up with it. So that operates again out of our relationship and community levels. So if you're familiar with socio-ecological model, that's kind of a thing. Anything that operates outside of the individual level, which is the 1-to-1, is considered the gold standard, right? So our active, which means fully engaged here, is Jayhawks Give a Flock. How many folks have been through Jayhawks Give a Flock at some point? Yes, right? So this, as hopefully you remember, is the largest evidence-based bystander training in the country. Right? So we go to conferences, we do consultation work to help other institutions develop what we've built here and supported here. Right? So then we also have Men's Action Project, which this is a large program working to engage men and people with a nexus to masculinity and how to be a part of that prevention space. So we're just getting ready on the 19th to kick out our 8-week intensive cohort mentorship. This is 10 individuals that have joined a mentorship group based on nominations and interview processes, right, to develop healthy relationship skills and leadership and masculinity that supports the prevention of violence. In November, we just wrapped a whole month for Movember, so Mental Health Month for Men, doing a fantastic collaborative program with housing and with a local women and Black-owned barbershop, using the barbershop that's located in McCarthy Hall with an event called Shop Talk, which is bringing in practitioners to cut hair, redo twist, and then folks to talk about emotions and feelings and depression and anxiety and relationships. On average, we had 24 people participate. On average, they spent an hour at this program, and that is long after their time in the chair ended. So it was a really successful, engaging program. We do passive things, such as our Jayhawks Heart Consent mobile billboards. You might know them as t-shirts, but that is setting that social norm, as well as the I Asked the Cutie Before I Touch the Booty stickers. We have a vintage and a QT collaboration one, which are all made by student artists. Right, we recognize that we're here because of students, so we again use that nothing for us without us model, that everything that comes out of the office, reviewed, implemented, or made by students. So you can also see how we come down here to teaching skills to prevent sexual violence and intimate partner violence. That's on our individual and relationship levels. We have our PIP seminar, which is our Prevention is Possible seminar. This is an academic 8-week, 1-credit-hour class, which is now in collaboration with the School of Social Welfare. We just moved this year to move this class under that department. And then we also have our educational programs, such as relationship goals and the art of rejection. This year, we're doing a heavy focus on relationships, both platonic and intimate, because that's what we were hearing from students, is that desire and need to be able to build and sustain more robust relationships. Passive programming are things like Boostander. This is an extension of Jayhawks Give a Flock. So what, again, we learn from students in our research that we do of that program is they get the knowledge acquisition, they want a place to practice the skills. So Boostander / Barstander is an immersive bar environment. We did it in the Nest this year. Think escape room. where students come in with groups, they assess a bar-related situation. It's very chaotic, lots of things happening. If they're able to identify and intervene in 3 negative situations, then they receive support tickets from our community. We get tickets to concerts, locations, venues, festivals. Because if our students are good bystanders, we want them in the community. So it's a way to safely practice those skills. And then we have our Sexual Assault Awareness Month events, which are coming up in April. One of our cornerstone is the What Were You Wearing Survivor Art Installation. That is a nationally renowned program, which SAPEC is the co-creators and founders of that program, which at this point has been duplicated on 6 continents. We're still trying for Antarctica, and has been replicated well over 5,000 times. And it is currently on a rotation with the UN as well last year. So we also, then this last piece is creating protective environments. So what do we do with the world around us? That's relationship and community level. And so we change policies and procedures to support it. We are very excited to partner with Human Resources this year to create a required onboarding training for all new hires at the university. Staff, faculty, GAs, called Leading the Flock, which is a mirror at Jayhawk's Give a Flock for faculty, staff, and grad students. That's offered on a weekly basis for all new hires as we continue to build out. And then next week, our Beyond Compliance Mandated Reporter and Trauma-Informed Response Training also launches. And then we do environmental design, working with housed social organizations on campus to make sure that their values are reflected in their environment and that the environment is supporting the safety of everyone who chooses to go to that location and share their time there. And then we have passive programs such as if you've logged into your Canva or Canvas account, if you go to your menu and you hit the drop down, you will notice that there's an automatic preset support and response services for folks who experience intimate partner violence and sexual violence, because we don't want students to have to look for where that information is when they're in crisis. We want them to see it from the very start. And then we have trauma-informed waivers and ways to opt out and support survivors for all of our programs. I know, 10 pounds of information in a 5-pound bag. I appreciate you hanging in with me. Let's talk a little bit about what that looks like in application. Here's our impact. I would say please bear with me for the FY25 because that's year to date. We're halfway through. We have some of our bigger programs also happening. That number will go up. So as you can see with Jayhawk's Give a Flock, we had our largest year of enrolled students for first-year students. So we had just over 5,200 students go through that evidence-based training. That doesn't include the students we just wrapped up training with, who are our new spring students. For our seminar, which is our academic class, we have just over 1,400 students enrolled in that. And part of that is with agreements from Panhellenic Association and the Interfraternity Council, who've changed their bylaws to meet and require this of their new members. And then this year reflects a partnership with Kansas Athletics as well, requiring that for new student athletes. And it is also open to all students. You can see where other prevention programs, not including those, where our numbers lie. One of the pieces I'm super excited about is we're coming to our last year is this Prevention is Possible research study. We've been working on this for 6 years now. So this is going to be the largest longitudinal study on violence prevention that's ever been done. We followed 2 cohorts, your juniors and seniors this year, since the time they came to the university, tracking the impact and inoculation strength. So does it matter where they get our programs for what year and what time? Is it better they get bystander first or consent first? Those are pieces in the field we don't know. So we have the benefit of SAPEC of having a robust staff. We have 5 people. If you talk to any of your peers at other institutions, that's not what is happening. We just came from a national conference and folks are like, I have a 1/4 of a person does our prevention work on my 10,000, 15,000 person campus. So we want to contribute to the field by saying, if you have this much time and money, what are the pieces and how do you put them in order? So our seniors roll off this year, our juniors have 1 more research study year, and then we are working with social welfare for data cleaning and to make some national presentations and publications on that to contribute across the field of higher education. And then we also do our work with our student staff as well. So depends on the time of year, but typically we'll have 2 students and a grad student. Last year we had 6 undergraduate students because we didn't have a graduate student. And we pay between $12 and $16 an hour because we know the intensity of the content, and we also want to make sure that they are supported in their ability to work and study and be a part of our community too. And you can see we have cost metrics here as well, which is on average how much it costs us to provide services to each of our students and participants. So that gives you a snapshot of where your money is going. One thing that you asked this year was unique student users. This is kind of a trick question for us because we also provide the required online sexual harassment training that we've used through our partnership with Vector Solution for the last 5 years to meet our federal requirement under Title IX, which is every institution has to provide resource and information to all enrolled students, regardless of undergraduate, graduate, or non-degree seeking status on campus or online. We also happen to have one of the highest compliance rate of this large program with about 97% of all students completing it. So it's a trick question. You know, like how many unique users do we have? It's all of them. However, we know that an online program doesn't move the needle. We need those other things. That is our baseline. Also, if you finish that program, thank you for your service. I understand. Okay. When we look at these other impacts, you can see our first year students. Those are all unique students because we get them through Jayhawk's Give a Flock. So if we take them out of the mix and we go to returning students, we're averaging about 4,000 this year to date. We're at about 3,000 returning students that are engaged in programs that are not the online training and they're not in that first student cohort. So we have a large scope of impact that we're working with. So we try to make well use of the time of our staff. Here's the ask. Here's what we do. Here's what I'm asking y'all for. So currently we have a student fee of $2.95. It was restructured down this summer when you all made those amazing, difficult, and challenging, and very important changes to the way student fees are done. So that brings in about $1,000 or $132,000. Now we've been eligible for a student fee for 6 years. So, you know, there's a 3-year waiting period. And across that 6 years, we've seen an increase of 35 cents. Including a time that we did a self-reduction in FY 21-22 because I was able to secure a grant that supplemented some of those funds, which is my promise to you again. As I work to secure more and more grants, if we have more money coming in, we're going to pass that savings along to students, and we're going to come back and ask for a reduction of that to mirror what we need, not just what we can get. So as we see this increase this year, we are asking for a 10%, and that helps us to be able to serve the large surge of students. It's only a $7,000 increase, but as you saw from that cost metrics, we can do a heck of a lot with $7,000. And especially as we see our student enrollment going up, that allows us to balance out how we're serving the increase in students. You can see this breaks down. So of that 139 that we receive, 100,000 of that goes to paying staff and students, the people who are doing the work. We pay for the labor. We want people to be doing the good work. We do about 30,000 in programming. We do about 9,000 in supplies, which seems weird, but these fabulous Dell computers are about $2,500. And every time one rolls off warranty, and as we are not in the office, because if we're in the office, we're not doing the work, it's hard on laptops. So when they roll off warranty, we have to replace them. So that's where that 9,000 is. And then we also have our carry forward. Now, my goal this year was to come back today to you and be like, we have 0 carry forward. It didn't happen. We have about 28,000 because the changes to the 700 account funds last year, and I had some money saved back from different grants and funding, we had to run that down to 0, or else we would have to return it all. We would lose that money. So that's why I still have money in carry forward, because I had to empty out other funds. So here's my plan. As you would see, in 2 years with a $10,000 and an $18,000 carry forward use, by the time we come back in FY 28, we will not operate a carry forward. As coming from a nonprofit world, that makes me nervous and I hate everything about it. However, I understand if you're giving us money, you expect us to use every penny, and that is our goal to do it. So this shows you our timeline and how we would get there. How that's broken down as well. Again, the majority of our student fee is used for full-time staff and student staff, with the percentage going to programming. We see increase in cost for programming, as well as cost for supplies and items, such as paying for buses and food. Those things have increased, but you can see how our funding distribution happens there. This is also what our breakdown looks like. We have multiple funding sources. I don't ever want to be completely beholden to one funding stream. I'm already uncomfortable with this, coming again from nonprofit. I don't like any funding stream to be more than half of my operational budget, because if something changes, I need to be able to sustain. Okay, so always working to bring new funding in to variance this out a little bit. We have a second funding source that I'll talk about that's represented in the 099. So it's a little more variance than what is showing here. but I'm always looking to diversify so that we aren't just relying on, say, Student Senate to keep our lights on and the doors open. How we use that? So one, we've got a history of demonstrated strength and stewardship. We've secured those grants and funds since we've opened our doors, and that tells you how long I've made them last and use them across their grant cycles and beyond. Those have all rolled off the table now. I also like to point out failure. There's no shame in the rejection game. If I'm getting rejected for grants, that means that I'm applying for them. It's super competitive. So I'm going to keep applying. I apply for grants every single year to try to create that sustainability of funds. This year, we have successfully secured 4 different funding streams. We have a rape prevention education grant, which is through our Kansas Department of Health and Environment that does our environmental design work for $50,000. As we moved our class under social welfare, we were able to negotiate some financial support from social welfare. And that was a preemptive fund of $60,000 because if you know, tuition money is a year behind in going to the departments. So this was an amount in good faith to us as they wait to let us extend programming. We took over a memorial fund, and then we had a new partnership with Central Bank for $5,000 to help support Jayhawk's Give a Flock. We have upcoming opportunities, so working with the bookstore. I have if it still happens, an NIH grant, a National Institute for Health grant that's going to come up in 2026 that we're pretty competitive for, endowment outreach, more bank partnerships, and then again, our funding stream from the academic department, which is the biggest stream that would allow us to come back next year and ask for a reduction if that comes through in sustainable ways. If we do a reduction, you can see 5% and 10% down where we would cut those. We've got a little bit of wiggle room because I do have that carry forward right now, but you can see how we would streamline and use that carry forward to sustain us through as then I come back to try to create more sustainability if I'm not able to secure other funds to make up that 5 or 10% loss. That's all the information, just reminding you, the 10% ask. Whew, I think I made it through in the time lot. What questions? These are just some photos. That is our staff Taylor working with the NPHC group Alphas Incorporated with some programming. We've got our marketing shirts here, and this is just shouting out to our staff Jacqueline Carpenter, who was awarded KU Employee of the Year last year. So
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. What questions, please?
We'll start with Ivana.
Thank you for the presentation. I had a question in regards to the programs that you had mentioned. So I know Jayhawks Give a Flock is required by some campus organizations. Can you kind of elaborate how those other student programs are advertised around campus?
So Jayhawks Give a Flock is required of all incoming students, and that is from a university-based requirement. If we have other programs that are required, such as the Vector Solution, that is actually mandatory, and it comes with a negative space that if you don't complete it, you're not able to roll through new classes, and that comes down from the institution as well. Our academic class, those are required only by individual organizations. We do not want to overstep that space. And so if an individual organization requires their student to take the class, we support that, and we help, and that has happened through our relationships that we've built over the last 9 years for them to trust us with that requirement. The other types of programs that we have are not built on requirements, but they're built on relationships. So one thing you'll notice is we don't do if you build it, they will come. So we don't show up, here's a lecturer, everyone come to this, we're gonna have a community conversation about consent. I'm gonna have 11 people there, and they're gonna be the choir. They're not gonna be the folks that need that anyway. So we go piece by piece down all 600 plus student organizations and departments, and we work to connect our programs to the organization that you're already connected with. So the Swifty Society, right? We're gonna say, let's talk about how the relationship and how that is already reflected in your values. So they're coming to us based on their connection, not us bringing folks and saying our conversation is the only connection. And that has allowed us to be really successful in our outreach.
Thank you.
So I saw you guys got a $160,000 grant from KDHE. Is that for just the longitudinal study? Or do you also have the KDHE CDC grant for rape prevention and education?
Both. So that first one, the 160 over 6 years, that was just for the PIP longitudinal study. That actually rolled off 2 years ago, and we've been supplementing the support of that. COVID set us back 2 years, so we weren't able to end on that timeline. So we've been carrying forward because we want to complete the research. The rape prevention education grant, that is a completely separate one that we've received, with the bulk of that going to the environmental design, which is actually taking what we created on campus, and we awarded it to see if we can replicate that across the state. So we're 3 different counties that are using our program, and we're helping them implement it to have a proof of practice. And so over 4 years, by the end of it, we will be able to say our environmental design not only works on our campus, which is a unique magical beacon of light, we know that, but we are able to replicate it in completely different geographical and community-based areas for actual effective change with prevention.
So for your timeline, is that grant going till 29, the CDC rape prevention education one, or is that just for like?
It is a 4-year grant. Those funds are specifically tagged though, where SAPEC itself gets about 5,000 of that grant of the annual, and the rest of it is sent to the communities and to do a site implementation. So if we do an environmental design with the organization, then we give funds to help enact those. So we had a partnership with Student Senate, Danae championed that, where we partnered with Student Senate and the WESCO revamp. And we're able to get some matching money where Student Senate gave money to match. So we did walkthroughs and we made recommendations with Student Senate signed off on to changes to the new WESCO renovations that support safety and environmental design practices like lighting, wayfinding, sight lines, access points, positive activity generation. So that type of thing.
Awesome, thanks.
Yeah.
Chris.
Again, so I saw that one of the funding opportunities you're looking for is from the National Institutes of Health.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to ask if SAPEC has been impacted by the current freeze on grants from the National Institutes of Health or anything else dealing with the federal government right now.
Currently, the only funding that we would receive that would have been impacted is the RPE grant, so the Rape Prevention Education Grant, which comes through the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, that is a federal funding stream. As that pause was lifted, as of now, it is business as usual, and we have no reason to think in this moment that our funding disbursement from that grant, which will start in about 30 days for our second cycle, will be impacted at this point. We are very fortunate that our staff salaries and programs are not solely relied on federal funding. Good question.
Do we have any other questions? Ivana, go ahead.
With an overall increase to the student fee, are there any other changes that you would like to make to SAPEC other than just like serving the like larger population of KU students? Are there any like programmatic changes or like newer types of offerings that you would offer students?
We are right now looking at what does one KU, what does one KU look like? Because our services have predominantly been on the Lawrence campus. And so we're talking with the Edwards campus right now to expand out not only the SAC trainings, but the undergraduate trainings, and then looking at what does a future collaboration with the Med Center look like and how can we serve our students everywhere. Because their access to violence prevention, education, and support should not be limited by where they open their books at. And so we want to have consistency for all of our Jayhawks.
Anyone have anything else? Not, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have 30 minutes till the next presentation, so just be back in here by like 5:27, 5:28. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it's
So
okay.
that
I'll
would-
get rid of that.
Okay.
I'll just strike that out as part of the bill. Yeah, thank you.
How many people do we have?
Yep. Great presentation.
Also, Danae, on that, the nomination process, we can like talk to Edwards campus more to find a better way for it, but that was just how it shaped out.
that's fine.
What?
I like the
And they are AY.
What's up with supportive
Oh, I found it. Wait, no, we are.
Oh, perfect.
I can also
So I can just skip it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The chair always breaks ties.
No, I know, she just said.
I know, I have
it from that since it added a person.
Yeah.
So just leave that.
Wait, so she wants to get rid of the part that says in case
She
of,
said-
all of the provisions say that the chair votes in case of. So I think the same. Otherwise it would be inconsistent, I'd hate that.
It's going. How are you?
On the dream.
I say.
Did you see the LinkedIn request?
What's next?
Yeah, I've been putting up LinkedIn.
I'll send it.
Well, somebody stop.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a good night.
See you tomorrow. Yeah. Well, thank you. I don't know.
I told him that.
I had somebody stalk me on LinkedIn once.
What is that?
Trying to figure out where I live. Turn out to it's my house.
What?
Oh, I guess.
It's like some freaking.
You got stalked on LinkedIn?
Yeah, it's like this venture capitalist guy. He's like obsessed with it. Really.
Okay, that's super interesting.
So that's why I don't use LinkedIn anymore.
That's fair. I love LinkedIn.
I do not.
I have so much fun on it. I love knowing about people.
I like people that shit post stuff like this, but I haven't used it in 4 years.
That's fair.
You can overnight. Because we work backwards.
Got any tips?
For a couple weeks.
Got one next.
I know that we've been.
If I'm thinking of the right one, I'm pretty sure it's.
Didn't you have a test like the Friday of deliberations with B1?
I did, yeah, that was,
Oh, because that was the year of always like at the time, didn't you?
yeah. I think it was an immunology test.
I never commented. Joanne, and I was like, congratulations. So
What
excited.
do you think for the DK?
It's such a joy.
Yeah.
Based on our interactions with what I've told you, tiny insights on things that I may not know about myself. And I'm saying, I've done like mock interviews, I've done stuff for my resume.
Well, I'm just like, okay, my resume is
I'm just saying, if you research that, it knows what you.
Here, I got it. 3 to 4 squares.
Okay, yeah. It looks good. I will say.
I need to get the reference.
I mean, I object proxy 230.
References.
I also did.
I can ask.
You can, though, it's
You don't even want people to read it.
I did.
This is embarrassing.
Yeah, that class was not.
I'm on the class every day by 2:15.
My Monday's probably a little bit open.
I am going to have
Hell.
I
Friday,
think that's probably the only
I don't know. I'm not here mock trials with.
No, I'm going to probably tomorrow. I wanted to ask them first. I think
run
I think
it?
it's fine with that. I think we'll
I did it while we're on the website. I went to two conferences and they told me that I would be out of town every week.
Are you running a GCM?
What?
Are you running a GCM?
Oh, glucose monitor? Yeah, I'm a type 1 diabetic. So
My brother
I have an
is
Omnipod 5 Use the Dexcom.
Nice. What, G6?
Yeah, they have a G7 now, but I don't
I'm not sure what my brother has the G7 yet.
The G7 is like super new. It came out, I don't know, if I got released, FDA approved it.
Yeah. I did some work with them for their Apple Watch stuff back in high school. So,
I have an Apple Watch that I bought just for that. Actually, Apple let it on Apple Watch.
my brother's numbers are constantly going up like 200. So, like, I was just like alerts or whatever. Like, do your parents like have a video chat? Where are your numbers at right now?
My mom and dad track it, and then one of my kids has a follower.
Yeah.
There's plenty of communication.
Like a side.
Because they have really unique
They do pop up occasionally.
Yeah.
Honestly, I like trains.
Which
And then recycling.
This is what I'm saying, is cable, so it's
Clearly.
kind of.
But it's also.
That's versus the.
I think we need to get.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then
I thought you meant with the.
He told me last
No,
year.
so, yeah.
For like the last 2 years.
Yeah.
But yes, the base of it is.
Outside of PE.
No.
No, during PE, you always have to. Oh, here's what you gotta do. You gotta go up to like high priority. Exclamation point. That's what I do whenever I.
Send it to to court. That was like a technique you have to do.
I'm wrong about it. I have my
Just gotta follow their own projects. So I was like, that explains probably why you can't actually like always get sports coverage. You get what I mean? Because of turnover. And I'm like, well, then.
I think we have until 5.
All people
And Megan,
early, so
we're resuming at 5:30.
5:30 projects rather than like specific, you know, related. So I'm just like, it's kind of something. In terms of how you get, but.
No, my thing is like if enough students do
administrative part.
Ah.
So we're taking out of student
Unless it's like
payments, going into its own fee, but there still needs to be a bit of increase to cover new fringe costs.
So what do you mean by using it? Like viewership?
Tracks.
Not using it?
Yeah, students.
Also,
I mean, I don't
their
care
salaries
about
might be on your save new job.
Yeah.
Tracks. Hopefully it's not different.
We don't take money from alumni.
Well, I mean, like 4 hearings
Right.
in so
But you're
far, it's
saying,
going
like,
great.
the positions
See how
like dedicated to like.
see how it changes when health and
Where
transit.
the priority demographic is so on Thursday are basically saying don't do that.
No, I'm saying do whatever you want. The only thing that I'm gonna care about is student metrics. Usage.
So then that was the only reason.
You would really
I
cast
guess
it
the
that
job
job
opportunities.
Yeah, and nobody would
But I don't know, like, I don't know.
people who have been on
But
this board would.
Then I kind of do that.
Like kind of like go through a week to kind of figure.
So I want to make sure that you
Yeah.
use the two, the same as like where all right, then it should be.
Apparently, the question we have to ask is what is the actual legal bonus to do this time? We should not be funding. So I thought they would just all put that in their presentation.
Because right now, this is a
When I
historic.
was doing the DI presentation, I made sure it was like the fucking first slide was, this is what I'm asking for.
This is like before, if you look at their metrics, they were showing 500,000.
I'm a year.
47.
I mean, I took Berkman's.
Yeah.
I like Berkman.
I should
I
go.
think he gets way too much.
Yeah.
I mean, I really enjoyed his blues class.
3 years
And
ago,
also
weren't
there's
their
something,
numbers
like,
500,000 for
very
viewership?
refreshing about, like, the traditional model.
I
It's like,
do not
you're
remember.
gonna have
I
one
can
hundred
see if I
percent
can
of the
find
week
my
for
old
written,
notes.
and then you turn it in that
I'm
class.
pretty
and
sure
there's
it's
3 midterms out, and like, there's something so refreshing. Like, there's something, a simple class structure. Instead of 6
And I'm sure the
you have a
response
module
is gonna
problem,
be
you have
because,
lectures, you have
yeah.
lectures, you have
Oh,
homework,
yeah,
you have
Robert was
on
messaging
weeks.
me.
No, we've increased their
There's 6
allocation.
exams,
Never
so
enough.
sometimes you don't think that's
Oh, really?
the best
3 years
way.
No, this is like a
No, they
national
got
program.
knowledge.
Learning.
Keep in mind, it's
That's the first one. I think
So
they
the
had-
person
Are you not
that-
taking? Are you not taking?
Well, there's a general trend around the country.
Are you taking? I've heard coil is. I've heard coil is high.
but there's, the number I got was a 29,000 increase in visitors and then 95,000 increase in visitors. I don't think actually matters. Viewers are people that are scrolling by. That gets
Just
counted
doing
as
this
one.
way today.
So 29K is the average.
For the Senate one.
We need to know.
I mean, I'm just trying to, we're gonna spend February 15th class.
Essentially like you're on board.
Yeah, I'm basically on.
Where are you replacing?
Shabana. For basically. Yeah.
Also, like after being in a couple lectures, like that's totally your brain is like more like
It's the expectation.
I don't know what she thought. I hate him. I think he is probably the biggest asshole.
She doesn't have a vote tonight, doesn't have a vote.
I had to work with that kid. Like, I've heard bad stories about people going office hours and he's like.
Hold on.
So it's just the same as if I was actually off my
I don't think,
I don't know.
anyways, I don't know.
Yeah, so historically,
I thought you were talking about performance. I thought you meant that you didn't have.
ex officio non-voting members showing up.
That's all.
I didn't take 660.
Yeah.
Because the president, the president, the
501.
treasurer, and the fund development director, those people may come, because like, but like, chief of staff and vice president.
I mean, we're doing like some phase change.
Which I think is
really.
Yeah.
I don't really care about that.
Yeah, I mean, if we can get like the actual bubbles. I've tried everything.
I mean, there's like no downside of me showing up besides for my house most of the time.
Yeah.
You're not a member of the public.
Yeah, you're too.
Yeah.
You're into the like.
I'm like a fake.
So I think
Yeah, because people don't know how entrenched I am.
I don't know.
You don't.
Yeah.
Double blind. You can't complain to Mateo.
I don't know how entrenched you are.
Going on right now.
A lot of that's kind of like.
Both of us operate behind the veil of ignorance.
John Rawls is.
I agree, but I think he has some points that
Destroy these.
I know, I've taken so many ethics.
Oh, yeah.
I think that Rawls had like 5 really good points and the rest of them.
No, most of them are a bunch of white supremacists.
Yeah, well, a lot of them were, yeah.
98%. So Kant wrote some conservative Kant, but
I hate Immanuel Kant. Like,
really?
Yeah.
Phenomenology of spirit is pretty good.
I don't like any Kant stuff.
None of the dialectic either.
Well, I just don't like anything that's supposed to be universal morals. I don't think that's.
Are you?
You're like very anti-natural.
Yeah, I just don't think
You also
that
want
they're-
to fight.
Yeah, well, or at least I don't think that like universalizable access
Oh my God. That's so
is saying like it's always bad to lie. It's like that's not true.
What?
Yeah, I
Kant does.
Oh, shady.
I would not
Finance or-
I would not necessarily, because if you look,
Oh.
Well, I'd say like in any
You're
form of
finding crap here.
ethics that utilize the categorical imperative.
Yeah.
That
I didn't know
does.
that
What
utilize
about
the categorical imperative.
I was.
But if you like
What
read the,
about it? How else was I supposed to give you all the
that goes out the window actually.
Yeah, well, that's because he didn't think they were people.
Yeah.
So he only thought it applies to people.
What? Are we friends on LinkedIn? I've seen.
So-
you
Rawls
better
also,
be
he
informed.
says like if
I've seen
every
you one.
local project.
I'm sending everyone.
Ever threatened, you're allowed to do whatever.
You will
Yeah.
not.
I think if you take Rawls' framing, which is
How are we not
glad to
already?
everybody, and
I don't
Jacob's
know, I
framing
just
of
gotta do my
society
thing.
to be
I just
judged by,
sent
like,
you.
the lowest person within that society. I think it's a good way.
Yeah, I ran on, when I did LD for nationals, I used
Okay, Shaggy.
Rawls,
What?
Mail
You got the
Yeah.
smolder?
just sort of.
Wait, let me go.
No, last year I was judging
Oh,
LD
that's
and
it.
parents for students. I don't know what they were talking about. They were reading.
Wait,
some
check
of
the
them
profile on
Rawls,
phone. I'm not, wait, don't check
Justice
yet. I'm not
Fairness
doing this on my
Restatement. And I was like, so this is not actually talking about morality at all. You're pulling from chapter 2, you should pull in from chapter 4. If you want to look at
You
these.
wrote that in their notes?
Yeah, I was like, yeah, no, like I didn't even, I like briefly checked a PDF of it just to make sure I was saying the right chapters. But like when I was like saying the chapters, I just like wrote that and then later checked and I've got page numbers on there as well. Like, I'd recommend checking this chapter from these pages if you want to be able to look on this. That was last year.
Megan, did your last one too?
Well, for Kansas. Yeah, it's a good national.
Shay, did you upload it? No, leave me alone, I'm not done.
But yeah, no, it's like,
I'm
first,
making
like I
art.
got third in state my senior year, and then second, like.
Pretty good. Haven't been to the rec much this semester though. First time since I got here.
You're always welcome.
Yep. Badman. That's where the fun's at. No, I'm kidding.
All right, everybody, we have our next presentation from Recreation Services.
You can sit or maybe stand over here.
Whatever you guys prefer.
Well, if you have questions, I was just getting my computer out.
I'll just pull this chair off.
Give us just a second to.
I'll pull this chair off to the side.
Okay. All the plugs will be used for the.
Whenever you're ready.
Ready? You guys ready? Good evening. Did you guys just get done with dinner? Are we the after dinner first group? No dinner yet. Okay, so you're hungry and still awake and still fired up and ready to go. I don't like being that one right after a meal because then everybody's kind of like maybe a little full and that kind of stuff. So anyway, we're excited to be here. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We take this very serious and I know you guys do as well. So we're going to have a few things to talk to you about. We really like the idea of opening up for questions later on. So I'm happy to kind of entertain any questions that you have. You'll meet all of those that are presenting, but they're listed up here. I'm Jason Crone, Director. We also have Lily, Jill, and Chris with us. And so we'll talk to you about a few different things. Just kind of a quick overview of what we do or what we're going to talk about tonight. A lot of the stuff I don't want to read item by item because I think you guys can all do that. So we'll highlight things from kind of each slide that we do. But the big thing at the end will be, what our ask is for next year, FY26. So with that, I'd like to pass it over to Lily and have her talk to you a little bit about kind of what the student impact is for recreation services on campus.
Awesome. Thank you, Jason. I want to thank you all for opening up this conversation and allowing me to speak with you. And I want to thank my pro staff for letting me to come here. The big thing that I want to talk about, because I could talk about rec services all day long and how much I've enjoyed being a part of rec services, but the big thing that I want to mention is how much me and students and all of my peers really enjoy the services that the rec center has to offer. When I was a freshman coming to KU, obviously there are things that I wanted and things that I needed, including engagement, community, making new friends. I made pretty quick friends with my roommates, but I knew that I wanted something further outside on the campus community, and the rec services really became that place for me. I started working at the rec center pretty quickly into my freshman year, and it was there that I made so many amazing friends and memories, and really started getting involved with all the different things that the rec center had to offer, including this advisory board. Moving up in my position, I'm currently a program manager for my department. It's been really awesome just to grow and learn more about the services. And I just really want to mention how much all the different services have an impact on so many other students. Many of my friends have been included in sport clubs and intramural sports, or even just pick up basketball or volleyball games at the rec center. That's where many of us made so many of our friends, and where we find ourselves feeling the most included and the most in our element, I suppose. And all of that is possible because of the services that the rec offers and the things that you guys get to approve, the things that you guys get to see and talk about, and the things that are funded by our budget. And so I think it's a really important aspect to talk to you about how these things are super impactful to our students. The rec center has really become a home to me. It has become a home to a lot of other student users, student athletes, like anyone who really, really enjoys being fit, who enjoys having space to play, to engage, and to seek community. Thank you.
Good evening, all. My name is Jill Yurkowski. I'm the Senior Associate Director over Programs with Recreation Services. I've been here for over 20 years, so love to present what we're doing and show you all what's happening with Rec Services. We always look at unique students. Our fiscal year is obviously July to June, so since we have 2 full years, we're using that data for you. As you can see, we've had an increase, and we continue to increase since then even. We're seeing good numbers so far in FY25, but that obviously won't be done till June. So, but 8.24 or 8.4, we feel really good about that and trying to get students back in using our facilities, but also giving them what they're looking for and what they want to utilize within the space. This is kind of the program area. It's a lot of information, I understand. As you can see, we've went up in everything with the exception of personal training clients, and personal training clients obviously are paying a fee to do personal training. So that could be somewhat challenging for students specifically, or not have the funding to actually do that, but it is there. We also sometimes have challenges keeping our personal trainers, because once they become certified, then they may graduate, some leave and go work somewhere else. So sometimes we have to have a wait list for our personal training, so that can be affected. The difference between like participants and participations. So like with intramurals participants, we increased 4.1%. That's essentially unique and a unique individual, whereas participations has increased 20.5%. That means they were active in different things, increase their activity. So maybe they're playing basketball and volleyball. So we've seen an increase not only in the number of people, but also the number of sports and activities they're interested in or participating in. Same thing with the rock wall as well. So you had asked us to provide some organizational changes from pre-post pandemic. Just a couple that I'll be identifying. I'm not going to read all of them. Oops, can I move a second? Sorry. To the other page. Is we've gone to no cash. It's just been more efficient, and accountability just easier. Also, a lot of individuals were doing online already anyway. So we have a rec store where you can purchase your KU Fit Pass. You can purchase personal training. Our memberships, as far as our faculty staff memberships, can be purchased online as well. So we really weren't seeing in the office as much in the first place. So that was one thing. The second thing I want to highlight is we developed a reimbursement program for our KU Fit instructors and our personal trainers for certifications. Certifications are important for liability and risk, so but they're also expensive for individuals. So we developed a reimbursement program so that we retain them within Rec Services, and then they receive reimbursement after they put in so much time or they teach so many classes, those types of things. which has actually helped us out in getting instructors specifically for KU Fit has been really good, and continuing on with personal trainers. There, ACE personal training, we transitioned from in person, which was like 2 days a week. And that was like preparing somebody to be ready to take a personal training certification exam. So there's a course through the American Council of Exercise that we offered. And so during COVID, we actually moved into an online because of COVID. We found that is actually much better, actually, because individuals can be doing it on their own and at their own time. There are practical experiences scheduled every once in a while to come in and do those practical experiences and such. And we actually moved it to being free. It used to be a paid thing, like $100 for each student that took the class. And so now we're doing it free and it's online. So dumbbells and weights we kept in our current area. We moved them originally from during the pandemic to spread them out into what we call the Oriat Arena, which is where the indoor soccer arena was. And since we couldn't really be doing active sport type stuff, we also saw some lower numbers in that space as well. And so we originally took the whole thing when during COVID. We ended up keeping half of it still. So it's allowing more equipment to be in there, more space. I feel like more people feel comfortable in there. We've had some incidents in the past with individuals who were inappropriately swiping by somebody and accidentally touching them inappropriately, like we found. And so it was actually creating environments where people didn't really feel comfortable. So in going to the Oriat Arena, this allowed us to have more open space, as well as to help with that situation. We also work with SAPEC, so just to FYI. Last thing I guess we want to talk about, and there's lots of good stuff on here, is our special events. So since COVID, we've actually exploded with special events. We are constantly seeing very small changes, but during the summer, we've actually, Jayhawk Hospitality is out there looking for conferences and different things to bring to campus, which is what we want. But that also has us really busy, which, we're employing students for special event monitors and such. We also rent out our spaces in the summer. And then obviously student organizations have really been looking for areas to be engaging with students and bringing students back together and face-to-face type things. So we're seeing a huge increase in those over the last, since pandemic has ended, along with the super field obviously being another space that we're seeing more people wanting to use. So we're getting some funding off of that as well when it's Jayhawk Hospitality. So. And then lastly, I just wanted to give you a couple of things in regards to our program highlights, specifically to programs. The sport clubs, we have over 30 sport clubs, and here's a kind of a list of a couple that actually participated in nationals in the fall. So water ski, sailing, men's soccer, women's soccer, and golf, which is awesome. And then the second thing I wanted to talk about was we created and implemented a fitness fundamentals program. Essentially, that's for individuals who maybe are uncomfortable, never been to the rec center, and don't know how to use equipment. Resistance training and weight training and strength training is now a huge thing, which is very important for all of us. And so many people feel intimidated or may have never had that experience before or are not into sports. So we created this program to allow them to come in. We show them how to use the selectorized weights, the cardio equipment, and then we also kind of do a tour throughout the facility to make them feel more comfortable in our space, as well as talk about our different programs that we offer that maybe they could be more social and engaged with. So. Chris is next.
Good evening. My name is Chris Walsh. I am the Associate Director of Recreation Services. I'm the newest member of our leadership team, not originally for KU, so first time being here and I'm excited to be a part of this presentation. Just to cover a couple things. With our expected projects that we had, one of them was with our emergency egress doors. Obviously, with safety being a very high priority, we had an issue with our emergency egress doors, had a 15-second delay on the original side of the building, which means in case of emergency, if you were to try to exit out of that door, you'd have to wait 15 seconds before it would open. And so with seeing that as a safety issue and a safety concern, that was a project that cost us $16,500 to have those doors upgraded, to have it release automatically. And so we saw that important in making sure that we got that done as soon as possible. With the Jayhawk court refinishing, has anyone in here had an opportunity to see what we've done with the new Jayhawk court since we got back from Christmas winter break? We just recently had those courts completely refinished. That was a project that was probably about 10 years overdue based off of industry recommendations. And so the recommendation is to have those floors completely stripped down to raw wood and to have them repainted and refinished. So we were recently able to do that and then bring in our KU colors, right, with the crimson and blue, and add some yellow into that as well and make those look really nice. We're able to reorientate the Jayhawk heads so that they were all facing the course when you take a look at them. And so it looks really nice and attractive when you walk in, and just kind of brings a vibrant feel to the Jayhawk courts. And with that refinishing, the company that came in and did that, they told us that if we continue with that upkeep and the condition of those courts, that the life expectancy that we have remaining on those courts is somewhere going to take us to up to 80 to 100 years life expectancy for those courts, which is pretty impressive. For the tennis courts, that was a project that we did this summer and wanted to make sure that that was ready and available for students coming back to school. So we had those completely refinished from the original surface. If you had used those tennis courts, they had gotten to the point where we were starting to get some patches in the surfaces out there. And we had a bird bath building up in the northwest corner of the tennis courts. And so with that, we were able to completely refinish those down and put a new acrylic coating on those. And we also made those crimson and blue as well, making those look really nice. Also upgraded the lighting out there so that at night for students going out and being able to access that looked really nice. And that cost us about $40,000 for that project there. So those are just a few of the expected projects that we had. Some of our unexpected expenses, obviously, our number one, I would say, would be coming with aquatics. We received notice early this year that we were going to take on the responsibility of overseeing open swim. And from that moment when we received that, we automatically dove headfirst into, that's no pun intended, right? Dove headfirst into developing a plan for us to be able to successfully complete that task, which I'm going to dive a little bit more into some of the costs and some of the numbers with that a little bit later in this presentation. With our Fusion server, Fusion is the software that we use for our facility access operations. When you scan in for memberships, inventories, our facility calendar, things of that nature, we received notice from that company that they were going to require all of their clients to move from having their information stored on site to their cloud server. And that cloud server fee was unexpected for us and cost us $7,200 for us to be able to move our information from being stored here on campus to their cloud service. And so we're currently going through that migration process at this time. The deadline to do that was by December of 2025. And so we wanted to be proactive and make sure that we got that done. During our rock wall inspection, we have an annual inspection that we have done on our rock wall every year. During that inspection, the inspector identified that we needed to have one of our belay bars replaced. And with that cost to do that project came up to about $3,300 as well. So those are just a few of our unexpected charges. We also had some work done on our AHUs. One of the issues, obviously, with our building and having our AHUs located on top of our roof is they are exposed to the elements, right? So if it rains, there's potential for moisture to get into them, and when it's really hot outside as well, that humidity can cause some condensation buildup inside. And so we're having some issues with the cool water pipes inside of our AHUs, creating some condensation where we end up having some leaks on our courts. And that's one of the things we knew with this court refinishing project that we had coming up. We really wanted to make sure that we worked to resolve that issue before we move forward with that project. And so having that work done was important, to have those pipes, the cool water pipes inside of our AHUs above our gym floor, insulated and completely sealed off. And so that was another expense that was about $1,500 as well. As far as aquatic goes, we began taking on aquatics and again at the beginning of this school year, and so we finally were able to kick that off starting in October of this year. And since doing that, and well, leading up to doing that, there were several things that had to take place before we got there. We had to develop our aquatics manual and emergency procedures for how we would operate and run that. We had to hire and train 20 student lifeguards, right? That was a position that we hadn't had here in record services for a while. And so learning that and making sure that we had the proper training and certification for all of those lifeguards and the staff that would be overseeing those lifeguards for some expenses that we incurred during that process as well. And then also taking on full-time staff, taking on some additional duties there in an interim role as an assistant aquatics director. And so all of those things had to kind of take place and happen as we launched that aquatics program. And our year-to-date expenses that we have right now are just a little over $14,000 with an expected expenses of $36,000 for that fiscal year 25. We did all this without having it in our budget, and so making that adjustment and kind of figuring that out as we go. Just some complexities, some challenges I'd say that we've had with this. Obviously, when it comes to open swim, right now our east pool is down at Robinson. There's a issue with the heating element in it, and so we only have the east pool that is available for open swim, which has 8 lanes, and one of those lanes is reserved for aquatics. So now we have 7 lanes, and then you have people swimming, multiple swimmers per lane during those times. And so open swim and just the hours of availability to be able to staff that is a challenge that we run into there. And then obviously just having the shared space with athletics. We share that space. Women's athletics, their swim and dive team have priority in using that space. And so working around those schedules and working closely with the athletic department has been something that we've had to work through. In addition to that, just with campus operations, as far as the maintenance goes in traditional campus recreation programs, that individual who's responsible for that maintenance would be a part of that recreation staff. In our situation, that person doesn't work through us. They work through facility operations. And so sometimes when we have to get work scheduled, working with facility services to be able to coordinate that, to get that work done, sometimes can add additional challenges there as well. And then also just being over in Robinson and sharing that with the health, sports, and exercise in that building, not being a part of Ambler. We have, staff having to go back and forth between the buildings, both buildings, and also can present some challenges with the supervision of staff and being able to support our student staff over there at all times during our open hours. One of the stats that I would like to share with you guys is really interesting with aquatics that when we looked at the numbers is since opening that pool in October with our numbers, 55.6% of the users at that pool are students. And so we are seeing demand for students wanting to use the swimming pool and take advantage of that open swim hours that we have available in the afternoon and in the evening. And the other 44.4% of those being faculty and staff. So if you guys have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those at the conclusion.
I want to quickly take you through kind of 3 administrative projects that we're doing right now. And I'll tell you how they're going to kind of combine for kind of our future. But one of them is we've always had a mission statement and a vision statement. And so we worked on our values. We wanted to know kind of what was true to our core. And we spent about 6 months with our full-time staff going through multiple layers of our values, subcommittees that helped kind of narrow them down, and then also work on the definitions of each value. And so we ended up with community, excellence, experience, growth, and integrity. Another project that we did is that departments within student affairs are going through a comprehensive review program, NASPA review program. And so our turn was this past spring and summer. And with that, there's a person from NASPA and a campus rec professional in the field who came and spent 2 days with us and interviewed all of our staff, students, professional staff, users, reviewed all of our documents, all of our policies. It was a really comprehensive program. And through that, they came up with probably 40 plus suggestions for us. We're not going to go over all 40 of them. But these are just some of them that kind of came through. Mission, we know we need more space, long-term, short-term, long-term goals, additional full-time support, and then just kind of brand identity and marketing. Some others were obviously additional funding, and I'll kind of give you some examples of that coming up. Capital outlay, space audit, outdoor pursuits, and all of that. The final administrative project that we're doing is we're working on a master plan. We're using Perkins and Will, who did the master plan for KU. And through that initially, and the report's not done yet, we should get it sometime probably mid-spring semester. 2 things have kind of come out of it that are kind of key to it. One is that prioritize areas of need. So that's the first bolded thing down there with weights and strength training, cardio, indoor courts, indoor turf, personal training, and aquatics. The second is for a university the size of University of Kansas, we're 117,000 square feet short of indoor space for a like university. To put that in perspective, the current facility is 150,000 square feet. So what is that? 66% more would be needed for a university our size. So I say that in that we're taking all 3 of those administrative projects, and we're then developing a plan of how we're going to move forward and what we're going to focus on. More to come on that, but I wanted you to know that we're doing background work on that. I think it's important to just do some quick comparison of Big 12 campus rec departments, just so you kind of see where we land. First one is total operational budget. KU will always be in red. Green is average, and then you can see most of them. If we don't include somebody, it's just because we didn't have the data for them. We're not hiding it or anything like that. So as you see, total operation budget, we're right around 3 million, and Big 12 goes all the way up to about 11 million. Dedicated rec fee, our fee of 67 and some change. We're one of only 4 that has a fee that's under $100. It goes all the way up with Arizona to 320 some as well. Full-time exempt staff, we're at 11. The average for the Big 12 is right around 20. It goes all the way up to 45. And then total gross square feet of indoor space. Again, I mentioned we're at 150,000 square feet. The average for the Big 12 is 270-ish. And then probably more important key is total gross square feet of indoor space per student, okay? So you see where KU lands, we're under 6. The average for the Big 12 is right around 8. And then the industry standard that's out there is in yellow, and that's 10 square feet. So we're at kind of small capacity for usual. I want to pause there for just a second. I say this for a couple of reasons. One is that you obviously can see that KU's on the far right on most of these. We get it, that kind of thing. The cool and the good news for you is that I believe you get good value for what you have put into our program. We still have quality programs, we still have quality facilities, and we do it for less. And so would we like more funds and more facilities? Absolutely, because we could just knock it out of the park. But for what we do, I stand really well with the fees that we have and the services that we provide. Commercial break, as we talk about all the kind of woe is KU. This fall, August of 2025, we're going to have a Shake Smart facility coming to the rec center in our lobby. That's in conjunction with dining services. You've heard this, I've heard this on campus. These are only healthy options that are going to come out of this. Shakes, acai bowls, toasts. It'll be the only healthy option, total healthy option on campus. And so super excited about it. I've been to 5 of them, and not only are they healthy, but they're fantastic. They taste great. So I'm super excited for everybody to have this on campus in the fall. Back to reality. I wanted to highlight what our increased expenses are, just so you know where we've gone from FY21 to FY26, okay? As you can kind of see on the top, those are the expenses. Full-time salaries are up. I do have a little disclaimer on that. In the FY21, we were short. We had several vacancies on our staff, so that's why our salaries were low, and why there's such a huge increase. If I remember right, doing FY22 to 26, it was a 20-some% increase as opposed to a 50% increase. Student wages have gone up because of minimum wage. Our utilities, again, shows a negative, but that's because FY21, do you guys remember Snowmageddon, where all this stuff was happening? We had the electrical grid in Texas fall apart and all that kind of stuff. So our utility costs were just through the roof that year. Without factoring in FY21, our utility costs, I believe, were up 25%, and they typically go up every single year. Our 90-day reserve, which we're required to do by KU, has been up 33%, so a total expense increase of 38%. When you talk about our operating expenses, and this is mainly just our programs haven't had any increases during that time. So they've operated on the same budget for 5 years, or plan on 5 years. The wellness fee's gone up 13%, and part of that 13% is just the fact that we absorbed the sport club fee because it used to be its own fee, and then we absorbed it into the rec fee. Revenue generated from that fee's gone up about 24%. That's because of enrollment increase. And then you, maybe not you specifically, but this committee for the past 5 years keeps asking us, what are you doing to increase revenue? And so we've increased revenue by 145% during that time. So we feel we've done our work to help on that. I think there's still some capacity there, and so we'll keep doing it. Facility maintenance fee, I just want to talk a little bit about what this is, because we have 2 separate fees. There's going to be 2 separate asks for you. Facility maintenance fee is incredibly important for us because, and for you, as owners of the facility, it helps with all large-scale replacement projects. So it helped with the floor replacement. It's helped replace the original side of the building's roof, which was $400,000 about 5 years ago. It's going to help with AHUs, which are air handling units, and mechanicals. And so just as an example, we have 15 air handling units for our building. Those typically cost about $250,000 each. So do the math and multiply that out. That's a lot. What I'm trying to get at here is that we need to carry a balance in this fee forward, because with a 23-year-old building, some of these mechanicals are going to start failing. We have 2 chillers in our basement, which are basically giant air conditioners. Those are $500,000 each. So when this stuff kind of goes, it's going to take a lot of money to help pay for it. And then we talked about already some of the projects that we've used there. And future projects are just basically, this is a wait and see kind of thing. You don't typically replace air handling units until they break, right? So it's a wait and see. Once they break it, then we replace it. So we need to have the funds available to be able to do that. Our anticipated balance for the end of this fiscal year is different than what's in the simulation. I believe it's about 70,000. Your figures are going to be 70,000 more than this 210. This is what we anticipate having at the end of this fiscal year now. Operations, what's it mean to own the Ambler? You all own it, right? Your students, you're paying for it. You pay for every part of it. It means that anything that happens that costs money in that building and in our programs, we have to pay. Anything that breaks, anything that changes, any upgrades, any just little thing that happens all the way up to the tens of thousands of dollars that Chris talks about, we pay. There's no support from the state. There's no support from the university. We're basically self-sufficient. And then this just kind of gives you an idea of what our revenue streams are. Our student fee funds about 93% of what we do. The money that we bring in through memberships, facility rentals, and program fees is about 7%. So I know you didn't ask us to anticipate what it would take if we had a decrease to our fee, but I want to give you just a little bit of an impact of what it means. If our fee were to decrease, it means that our hours to the Ambler decrease, our programs decrease, who haven't had an increase in their fee in their budget for a long time, and student employment is cut. And the reason I say that is because we have static costs that can't be adjusted, right? So we have salaries and benefits, administrative overhead, utilities, facility services, repairs. And so when you factor that out, the only thing that you can really affect are building hours and programs. It really means that, for an example, if we had a 5% cut to our fee, it's really a 15% cut to all those things that we can actually take money from. So it's a huge impact for those areas. Okay, so what is our ask? We have two fees, right? We have the facility maintenance fee and we have the operations fee. For our facility maintenance fee, we're asking you to keep that steady right now. Keep it at our current levels. For our operations, our ask is $7.30. $1.15 of that is operations. $6.15 of that is aquatics. And so the reason why the aquatics is that we can't keep operating aquatics like we currently are. With an interim staff member doing it, we need to do it. If we're going to do it, we need to do it in the right way. And the right way is about $230,000 to do. So that equals about $6.15. Does that make sense? Okay. So I'm going to pause there. That's about how long I thought we were going to present. And we're happy to entertain any questions that you would have.
Thank you so much for presenting.
Sure.
Chris, you can start.
Can I have the microphone, please? One second. Can I have two questions, please?
Yep.
How did you become in charge of aquatics?
That's a great question. Historically on campuses, campus rec departments are usually in charge of aquatics, okay? 2 years ago, well, let me back up even more. The pools in Robinson are 50 and 60 years old. Life expectancy of pools are 20 to 25 years. So they were way past life expectancy. The university put in, I don't remember the number, but put in multiple millions of dollars to upgrade and give 10 more years of life for the pools. So they upgraded mechanicals, they upgraded the liners on the pools to make them waterproof. And so with that, naturally, there should be times available for open swim, right? And so that's where it just kind of defaulted and fell to rec services as the department in charge. That's a about as good of an answer as I can give. I'm happy to.
Fair. The second question I had, and we can follow up on aquatics later. You have an expansion bond for the recreation center. I believe that's maturing soon, year or two.
I believe in May of 26.
Okay, what are your plans for that when it matures?
This committee next year is going to see a very detailed outline on how we would like to use that fee. I kind of defer away from it right now because the master plan is going to provide us some information as well on kind of what some of those needs are. But I plan on coming to this committee next year with a very detailed plan.
Okay, thank you.
We plan to bring a proposal, not just me.
So regarding aquatics a bit more, is athletics pitching in at all for the repair costs since they run most of the time?
Yeah, so, and we ran numbers, and Chris, if I remember, we're using about 20 to 25% of the time that the pools are being used. We were asked to present the full fee for it, which is the $240,000. I would anticipate that athletics will need to pay a portion and a part. I don't know what that is. There's a study that's being done right now for aquatics on campus that I was hoping was going to be done before this presentation, that I think could give some life to the answer of that question, and it's not done and ready yet. So I would anticipate, yes, they would pay a significant portion.
So just to follow up to that, you said 55.6% of the use cases for the pool were from students. Do you have like raw numbers on how many students were using that?
Do you have I know I have a sheet in my.
I have our total student uses since opening is at 726.
So that's
Participation.
Yes.
Participation.
Those are swims.
Yes.
So not one individual.
Those are
One
not
individual could be coming multiple times.
Yes.
so 726 over the course of like 4 months, but not differentiated by individual.
Correct.
Awesome.
Yeah. That's 700 and whatever times somebody has swam, not 700 individuals have swam.
And that's just students. Right?
Yeah.
That's students.
Total, I believe, is 1,300-ish.
Correct.
Okay, my follow-ups are also about aquatics. Is that number of usage like general students, or is that student athletes?
No, those are
Okay.
students. So student athletes are doing the swim with their coaches during their practices.
Okay, so then my other question about that is, does athletics currently pay to use Robinson?
I can't answer that. I don't know that. I know that they have paid for some upgrades that have taken place within the pools, but I don't know if they're, like, we're not currently paying like a rental fee to use them. I would anticipate that athletics probably isn't either, but I don't know that for sure.
Kind of getting away from aquatics for a second. What kinds of structures do you guys have in place currently to ensure that the student voice and opinion is taken into account when you guys are making decisions, building out different programs and whatnot, kind of things of that nature?
Great question. So part of the master plan, Perkins and Will helped us develop a survey that we sent out. It was right before Thanksgiving through the first week of, it was open through the first week of December, where we asked 23 different questions about preferences and ideas. And so Perkins and Will has used some of that data. So like some of the 5 things that I pointed out that were kind of coming out of the master plan so far mainly came from that survey. So that's one way. Another way is, in the past, every time we've done our equipment upgrade for the past 3 years or so, we've actually put surveys out in our weight room, and we put it out on social media asking students what kind of pieces of equipment they're looking for, and we've used that to very directly make decisions. We have shrank the size of our cardio spaces treadmills, ellipticals, bikes, that kind of stuff, and have expanded our strength because we're getting that directly from that survey. And then just general feedback, students talk to students all the time, and you're talking to our student employees. Our student employees are also users, and so they're giving us feedback as well. And that's pretty in line with what's happening across the country right now.
And with programs, they do surveys every semester, like get feedback from students.
Each individual program.
That are using it currently specifically.
So intramural, sport clubs, fitness, outdoor pursuits.
So unfortunately, you are currently the largest increase we've been asked for in this cycle of hearings. So I want to ask you to get down in the trenches a bit. We have a little more than $10 of increases to give out total this year. We're expecting that transit will also have a large ask for an increase. So assuming that we are not able to give you the full $7.30, which almost certainly we cannot.
Right.
How would you like us to handle this? For example, is there any way that the university could contribute some of its funds in addition to the required student fees to help you with the aquatics costs, as this was a very unexpected expense for you and now for us?
Right. I would hope that the university may be able to support this in some way. I can't. That's a provost chancellor decision, not me. So I would hope that would be the case. I don't know that for sure. The $1.15 is crucial for us. That's
the salaries portion.
No, the $1.15 of the $7.30. So $1.15 of that gets us even to keep doing what we do, excluding aquatics.
Right.
Okay, so that's incredibly crucial for us. What portion, if any, that you support for aquatics, I think that's up to you. What I would say is that we can't, let's just say you didn't fund any of the aquatics. You said I hate to even say this because I've asked for it, right? But I can't take away from our regular budget to continue to fund aquatics. And so for me, that means we peel away from it. If it can't be supported through this fee and maybe other sources, you've got athletics, maybe the university. So if all of that can kind of come together to fund it the right way, that's great. But if none of that happens and I have to decide whether or not we even do aquatics or not, my answer is we don't do aquatics because we need to preserve everything else that we're doing first. Now, aquatics is it's a key point to rep, right? It adds that other piece into it. But the $1.15 is crucial for us. Trying to partially fund aquatics would be next level crucial for us. And so, yeah, I understand that it's a huge ask, and I understand that I didn't come in here probably expecting that you're going to fund the full aquatics fee.
I have a follow-up.
Go ahead.
The 115 is a high priority for keeping your programs at the same levels. The remaining is $6.15 relating to aquatics. What is a meaningful portion of the $6.15 for us to fund, assuming that we aren't able to fund the entirety?
So I need to grab a piece of paper.
Of course.
I'll find it, I promise. So, student lifeguards for just what we currently do is budgeted basically $75,000. I will not operate a pool without lifeguards. That's the industry standard, that's what you do, right? The state of Kansas has a law that says you don't have to do that, but I don't think that that's right. In no campus rec departments that I know operate without lifeguards. I think pool maintenance and custodial maybe could be supported in another way. But I think an assistant director is also vital, and that's probably another 75. So what is that? I'm kind of at 150. And then there's equipment, and equipment's right around 10,000. So 160-ish. And I'm kind of, I think that's important to do because the strain and the stress that we put on a staff member in an interim role to do aquatics plus what that person does in addition is too much to continue to do it that way. So there has to be somebody who's dedicated to aquatics on a day basis. And it allows us to expand the program a little bit too, right? So we're not doing any swim lessons, we're not doing any rentals, any of that kind of stuff. Open swim is all we're doing right now.
The other part is that there's in-services with lifeguarding, so you can't just train them and say, you know, it's a lot different. So there has to be continuous in-service happening, which for the full-time position, that's what they're doing those as well. So it's not just the scheduling of lifeguards. It's actually in-services monthly. Yeah.
Casey?
I think that's about what it was,
So-
75, 75, and 10.
For everybody, that's about $3.55.
And I wish I was coming to you with better answers. I mean, I'll be very honest with you. But I don't have those answers right now. And I'm not the one that can make those decisions all the way either.
Suzanne?
Just wanted to congratulate you on the 145% increase in revenue
Oh,
for that.
yeah,
I was
thank you.
going for email exchange from last semester, and I realized I never responded to your last email. It was in drafts, I swear. I sent a whole paragraph, but I didn't hit send. So I'm going to reiterate the question that I would have sent that's still in drafts. So you said that you looked into the NERSA grants that we talked about last year and that they require research. So what I said was, yes, the NERSA, ACSM, and NIH grants require research. My thought was that a potential relationship for research with Robinson and other exercise-related researchers or on campus could be broached. So is it possible to, I know Dr. Alardi does some research on depression and exercise, and a lot of other things revolve around exercise on campus. Could a possible partnership be reached with a research organization with the rec to get access to that?
So yes, a partnership is easy to do. It's easy to merge. The issue is that I think, and I don't want to read into your question, so tell me if I'm wrong, but part of what you're trying to ask too is to help secure additional funds. But those funds with any kind of research and grant are specific to what they can be used for. So they can't be used to pay for student employment, or they can't be used to pay for equipment or utilities. It would have to be for that study specifically.
Okay.
So I'm an open book.
Yeah, I noticed that mid their presentation.
So yeah, somebody put in the group me that it wasn't.
Yeah, I just didn't want to stand up while they were presenting. Thank you all so much for coming. Our deliberation is right afternoon.
One second, I just want to.
One time I answered a follow-up question walking around a lake.
Oh.
So I'd rather get you the answer than make some after.
Yes, thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you.
Have a nice evening. For action.
They say that they're able to have one of their staff.
They should all be in the same.
So it's not ideal. It's like 10 words. You don't have to mark it. Equipment, they can take.
So I did the math.
That's so cool.
We didn't do aquatics. It was 6:15. But of like the essentials.
3:55.
Okay, we have about 5 minutes till our next round of deliberations. These ones are our shortest. We have 4 and they are each 15 minutes. So just keep that in mind, and we can always send follow-up questions if you have them, but we do only have 15 minutes for each of these.
I think we should. Thank you. They never paid for this. I broke down. It's like, it's about 6.
Yeah.
726, and that's assuming that it's probably the same.
That was not a anyway, I'm pretty happy.
All right, have a good night.
See you tomorrow.
See ya.
You're the one
Well, thank you. I'm glad that you think about
I mean, yeah, these are
Yeah, I do.
We also said that the anticipation they don't charge us. So if we can entirely, then they'll charge us. And then they're like, I can choose it. And also it would be the same thing if I was a digital.
I don't think we should. No, like we've never funded aquatics.
If I don't, I don't know what happened.
I broke it
It makes no
down.
sense.
It's 6 visits a day. 6 visits a day, if you break down the numbers per students over a month. That's not enough usage to justify 250,000.
But we have to think about like, yeah, like, no one's gonna go so much stuff. No, but I'm gonna like, there's gonna be weeks of
Like they did not.
I just, that's why I say I just my contract once bought, somebody can get. But I don't think we should just not fund lots. Mr. If students are using it, that's why we're doing
6 people a day is not enough.
No, I don't.
No, but like.
Are you sure?
So it was 700.
I don't really trust
It was 726.
But that's
Almost overall. Yeah, this is getting into that. Oh, no, because it's the same like 50 people that are using.
Yeah.
A whole lot.
And it's only open Monday to Friday.
Divided by 120, that's 6 visits a day. 4 month period.
Hold on, though, they're only open Monday to Friday.
Okay, so 5 times 4 times 4, you get 8. So
Still under.
it's like 9 visits. I don't know. 9.1 visits. That's not enough for us to justify the $250,000 expense.
of just students on top of that.
Athletics, they have a shit ton of money.
Right, but you just said that they don't give them money. So.
He doesn't
my
know
question
if
is,
they
someone was saying
That's, that's,
they can't actually.
Athletics is its own weird little institution. They don't
No, but he did say we don't like charge, we don't charge.
They don't pay for a water splash. Like, this is just hoisted on.
yeah.
Oh, I bet the students are willing to pay for it. No. 9 businesses.
I wonder if it is it mentioned. Hey, ask one of these jobs because I didn't know about this.
This is new. Like, I remember when we used to pay for aquatics. I remember when we used to pay for aquatics, the intramural teams would actually end up saying.
I definitely think it's a fun one.
I don't know about this. I think it's kind of like hidden in there.
The lifeguards are already on.
Or actually, honestly, yeah, that's the best part. He even said
So-
on Kansas statute that makes it. So really, all we're doing is him wanting to be a good citizen.
Yeah. So here's what they did last year. Here's what they did last year. They went to the Dolores community. You can do that. So like, if you really want to have that, you can go to the Lawrence community. I imagine that my parents pay for it. But like 9 people. We should not be spending $250,000 on 9 people. That's my opinion. Like if there was a higher restriction, I think that would be good. So this just seems like they use athletics to squeeze like literally they push them out. Like, I now, when it's beneficial, they're like, okay, students are allowed to use it, so you can cover
Sure,
a
you
cost.
have more than that, but that doesn't necessarily. I guess I don't know much about the history. You're not. We can do this in
Yeah.
deliberation.
No. I like getting ahead of stuff. I want to be done with deliberations. Yep.
And they do a lot less work.
I disagree with the learning model. I've said that for years. Are we ready for
If everybody wanted to come up to
Okay, perfect.
All right, we're going to resume hearings. We have Bert Nash up first.
Okay, thank
Floor
you.
is yours.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kirsten Watkins. My pronouns are she, her. I am a clinical psychologist and I am the clinical director at Bert Nash. I'm pleased to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I'm excited to talk with you a little bit about who we are and what we do and how we serve KU students. So let me, hold on. Okay. Bert Nash is our community mental health center. This actually is our 75th year in the community, so we are well established and have been providing mental health services in this community for 75 years. So heads up on some celebrations we'll be having and maybe some things you'll hear about this year. But we were founded by Bert Nash. It's an actual person. He was an educational psychologist from KU. And founded this organization that was quite small all those years ago, and now we are much, much bigger. We are now federally accredited by CARF and as a CCBHC, which are federal standards for services and breadth of services. So we're really proud of those things. We currently have over 400 staff. I think the last count I heard was 425, so we're quite large, no longer just a small community mental health center. We have all types of mental health providers that work there. I won't read those to you, all of those are listed, but it really is the full range of providers to provide mental health services. One thing that I think is really important about our agency is that we have a sliding fee scale that is available to all people who seek services, so obviously including KU students and others in the community. With those federal designations as a CCBHC and a CARF
certified center, we utilize the philosophy that there is no closed door. Anyone who wants mental health services from our agency can receive services from our agency. And to make that accessible for as many people as possible, we have that sliding fee scale, and we have providers who are credentialed in every major private insurance or managed care organization that you can imagine, including the KU insurance that's offered for students. We have 4 buildings, so it's over where LMH is on Main Street. There are 4 buildings all there that are Burt Nash. So we have kind of a corner of all kinds of health care, mental health care and behavioral health care, and physical health care all there. Don't get overwhelmed by this, but I just wanted to give you a visual of the breadth of services that we offer. These are 6 main categories of services at Burt Nash. Obviously, KU students are most likely to access the adult services on the top left, the medical services on the bottom middle, and our crisis services on the right. I'll just speak to some of these for a second. So for adult services, our AOP team is our adult outpatient team that offers individual and group therapy options. We also have a DBT program, which is an evidence-based treatment for people who have higher risk factors and things like borderline personality disorder. We have an intensive outpatient program, which is the only one near here. Other ones are in Topeka and Kansas City, so it's a really great option to have intensive outpatient services for people who are maybe coming out of hospitalization or maybe are just below needing hospitalization. We actually have many KU students that utilize that option, and we've had really great success with coordinating with KU administration in order to allow students the flexibility in their schedules to attend that level of programming. We have an acute therapy team that offers individual and group therapy services for folks immediately. So we typically are able to connect someone with a licensed clinician within 24 hours if they are needing acute services. Forensic services, those are services that are connected with our jail system and our court systems. We also have psychological testing to help people with clarifying diagnoses. Most common questions are related to ADHD and autism spectrum disorder. Medical services on the bottom middle, we have 12 psychiatric providers, so there are psychiatrists in that mix and also psychiatric nurse practitioners. Many students access our psychiatry services in order to receive medications for mental health issues. MAT stands for medication assisted therapy. So when someone has an addiction to something like alcohol or to opioids, there are medications that can help those people recover from those addictions, and we have specialists in those arenas. Crisis services. This is, I think, what makes Burt Nash really unique and something that we are the only ones to offer in the community in this breadth and capacity. We have robust crisis services, so any student or any person in the community that's in a mental health crisis can utilize our services. The thing that is, I think someone told me we're at 18 months of being open, is the Treatment and Recovery Center. That is a mental health crisis center. Prior to the development of this building, anyone who had a mental health crisis would have to go to the ER and sometimes wait for a bed to open up at a mental health facility in Topeka or Kansas City. Now we have the ability here in Lawrence to receive people in a mental health crisis and to meet with them immediately, to offer them services and to care for them. So that's incredibly special. The mobile response team is another special team. These are trained clinicians who go out into the community. So instead of what years ago used to be only police officers that would go out and address a crisis in the community, now we can send out mental health providers to meet with people and offer trauma-informed and thoughtful care. By the way, please stop me if you have any questions, I'll keep going. So our partnership with KU is really special, and I think part of what makes it special is to be able to connect the breadth of services that are offered at Burt Nash and make sure that those services are available for all KU students. Another thing that is really important, I mentioned other services in Topeka and Kansas City. For a student to be able to access particularly crisis services in town and be close to where they live, also be close to their school, and to be able to continue schooling while they're getting treatment is really important for recovery and general well-being. I mentioned before that students can use their health insurance, whether in or out of network. Again, we are a no wrong door facility. We never turn away people for financial needs. That is never a barrier to receive services, and we want to make sure that we're prioritizing access for anyone. A little bit of the specifics. So in 2024, Bert Nash provided services to 156 individuals. I sent this in the questions. I'm not sure who I sent that to in this group, but that was slightly less. I want to say like 25 people less than the previous year. I don't necessarily think that the numbers are less. One of the things that I think contributes to that is we receive a lot of KU students in crisis, obviously. And when someone is in a crisis, they're not often leading with information about being a KU student. So there are many people that we're serving, and that's not something that we know immediately. We may find that out later, but our responsibility is to address the crisis immediately. So I believe that number is probably much higher, but of the ones that we know and we're able to track, there were 156 this past year. Those 156 students, though, utilized 2,315 services, which is actually higher than the previous year. So we were about 25 people lower if you were to compare 2023 to 2024, but 300 services higher. So how I interpret that is that the students that are accessing services are needing more robust services, maybe needing longer services, or needing more acute services. When we look at the breakdown of that, I won't read all of those, but a large number of people accessing individual therapy, group therapy, 292 appointments with a med provider, 129 crisis appointments. Again, these are the ones that we can track based on people who identified as a KU student, but that's a lot of services. Students are referred to us from everywhere, but primarily from CAPS, KU Psychological Services Clinic, Watkins Health Services. We coordinate with faculty, staff, parents, and obviously many self-referrals as well. Age range from 19 to 56, so a pretty wide age range. Of course, the most students, 67% were in that 21 to 22 age range. I mentioned before that many students accessed individual therapy and psychiatry services, and compared to previous years where I presented similar diagnoses in terms of the most frequent diagnoses people have when they're utilizing Bert Nash services. I don't do any presentations without having this slide in here, so I just want to say this, that if you or anyone is needing any of the services that I've mentioned, the best ways to access services at Bert Nash are to come to our office at 200 Main. We have staff that are there 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and then 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Fridays. And we have staff that will meet people at the door, be a warm person to greet them and see what their needs are and connect them with services. Crisis services are 24/7, and the TRC, the Treatment and Recovery Center, is right on that same street at the end of Main Street. People can come anytime and utilize our crisis services. We also obviously have some options to call and to fill out some paperwork online and connect with some people after filling out that paperwork. So, any questions for me or about our services?
Thank you so much for presenting first.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you know what your ask is? Like, do you know the specific number? If not, do you know if it's flat or an increase?
It's flat.
Okay.
I think we want to continue our same partnership and with no change in terms of that fee. But I don't know the exact number.
Good question. Do we have any questions?
I guess, would you happen to know off the top of your head, like what the total number of individuals you guys served was for 2024?
Oh, I do not have that number, but I could find it and I'd be happy to send it. You said the total number of services for not just KU students.
Yeah, like including KU students, but encompassing everyone.
Okay.
else.
Whoever I had emailed with before, I'll email that afterwards. Of course.
Okay, just a quick question. Do you guys do any like events or tabling or things like that on campus for students to know about your existence since you're located off campus?
Yes, we have an entire team called Community Engagement, and they coordinate with KU all the time. Like I know one of our providers went to the architecture school last week, and there's another tabling event coming up soon. There's a women's History Month. We're coming in for doing something with some program. So we have a whole team that negotiates that. But if there's a specific event, please contact me or go to our website, and we love engaging and showing up.
Thank you for presenting.
Of course.
I had a question about your mobile response team.
Yeah.
Is that in partnership with LPD or KUPD?
I wouldn't say, well, it's in coordination with
Okay,
both of those things. So there was a time period where we had a mental health provider that was going along with LPD, but now we have a team of mental health providers that are coordinating significantly with KPD and LPD to notify them of the times that they're going out and any needs that people might have. There are many times that for the safety of that team that they need to coordinate with the police, whether that's on campus or off campus. And sometimes they're waiting there to make sure that things are safe.
Do you have any more questions? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. This is
All right, we have the Willow Domestic Violence Center up next to present.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adrienne Nunez. I am our Director of Communications at the Willow. I've been at the Willow since 2017. I also grew up here in Lawrence and graduated from KU. So I've done a lot of direct service, and I'm now, I've been on our prevention education team, and like I said, now I'm the Director of Communications. So our basic thing that we always like to make sure people know is that we serve Franklin, Douglas, and Jefferson counties here in Kansas. We're restricted by that. If you know about KCSDB, that's kind of our umbrella organization out of Topeka. They're the ones that kind of help coordinate response over the state of Kansas. And so that is our assigned service area. So at the Willow, I think we are mainly known for our emergency shelter and our hotline. People tend to think that is all we do at times. So we actually have a lot of programming. In addition, we have court advocacy. We have rural advocacy, and the rural advocates actually do kind of everything that we do in one office. Oh, I'm so sorry, I keep doing that. I gotta stop talking with my hands, sorry. They do everything we do in one office, they do it for an entire county. And so things like, they'll do the court advocacy in those rural counties. And then we have a court advocate that is assigned to Douglas County, and they're gonna be there at docket and helping with PFAs, helping people fill things out and helping them get connected with court resources. We also have a community-based advocacy. So if someone can't get into our shelter because we either have, either it's full or maybe they don't qualify for some reason, or they just don't want to come to our shelter, but they still need help navigating systems. They still need somebody to safety plan with them and just kind of walk alongside them in whatever it is that they're dealing with. And so we have community-based advocates that they can meet with and still get all of our full services. We also have a transitional housing program, and that's actually been expanding. It's been a really successful program, and we actually partner with KU Endowment on that program along with some other community partners. And that also includes our Phoenix House, and I'm going to get a little more detail with those two here in just a sec. Our education and outreach team, that is the team that I supervise, and that is includes our youth prevention program coordinator. And so that person is the person that actually has been coming on campus a lot and working with students here. Our human trafficking program is it's in our shelter and our community-based advocacy. So that is going to be really specific to the needs of people who have experienced human trafficking, because it can be a little bit different than domestic violence. So like I said, advocacy and support, again, our 24/7 hotline, that goes to actual advocates here locally. It doesn't get sourced out to like a call center or anything. So it's people who are familiar with our local resources. And kind of the local also experiences, they kind of know a little bit better what's going to happen, what to expect in court and things like that if they're talking to somebody. We also have, like I said, in our court services, we've got people available on the hotline that are helping them fill out those protection from abuse orders or protection from stalking, whatever it might be. And then we also have a partnership with Kansas Legal Services to make those referrals to them. And a lot of times, if it's not like a protection from abuse, but they're still navigating court systems, whether that's family law or even if it's a criminal case, we have those advocates there that can walk alongside them. We can't always get them an attorney or, give them everything that they need. We're restricted still, but we can just be with them simply, and so that they're not alone in those situations. And then our community services, like I said, they are going to help navigate any of our community resources. I think about things like DCF, trying to find housing, and again, just got that general support and connection. They also run our support groups. We have a support group that's open to everybody that's on Zoom, but we also go into places like the Douglas County Jail and to First Step and do support groups in there. And then our human trafficking support as well. We really work to empower our clients. We try not to make decisions for them or tell them what they should do, because a lot of times that's what they've been experiencing in an abusive relationship. And we really want to help them to feel empowered to make their own decisions. We will give them the options. We're never pushing for them to do one thing or another. We just support what they need or what they want. So like I said, we have an emergency shelter. That's usually what we're best known for. And that is staffed 24/7 with trained advocates. This is more of an emergency housing situation. So if somebody was fleeing domestic violence and had nowhere to go, had no support systems, that's usually a situation where they're going to come to our shelter. And unfortunately, a lot of times we are very packed and it's hard to get in at times. But we try to work with people as much as possible and get them in, get them safe. They can stay up to 90 days in our emergency shelter because I'm sure if you can imagine, if you were trying to kind of pick yourself up and and figure things out and just get back up on your feet, it's hard to do that in 30 days. And some shelters expect that in 30 days or just only give 30 days. And so we try to give as much time as we can for people to do what they need to really be able to go out and get housing, get a job, and feel supported. So our transitional housing, they are fully independent in that. So we have one transitional house that is here on campus, and that's what we partner with the KU Endowment for. And that is a kind of an independent place. There's a case manager for it, but it's not like shelter where there's 24/7 advocates. It's a lot more independent. And then we also have Phoenix House. Like I said, we're really proud of that program. That is specifically for teens who are aging out of the foster care system, so 18 to 24. And so if they don't have, this is our only program where they don't have to have experienced abuse or domestic violence or human trafficking to qualify for the program, because we know they're so at risk that we want to be there to help them try and get the skills that they need to not be in vulnerable situations, basically. We do have daytime staffing there. Our advocate there, Liam, is amazing. All of the residents really love him. And he does so much great stuff with them. They're doing cooking classes. They had someone come in and teach them how to sew, all sorts of stuff. So our shelter programs, within shelter, we have health and wellness. And so that person is also kind of doing things like cooking classes. They're trying to provide as much mental health and physical health resources as possible. We have a children's services program. We have a survivor art program, which is really great. And then, like I said, we have human trafficking based in our shelter. We have an advocate that's specific in the shelter, again, meeting those specific needs for those clients. Education and prevention, that's my team. So we do a lot of education on domestic violence, human trafficking, and then teen dating violence. We kind of reformat that a lot though. We just talk about healthy relationships. I think teen dating violence can sound a little scary sometimes. So it's more that we're just trying to talk about healthy relationships and not just even intimate dating relationships. It's friendships, it's family relationships. And so a lot of times when we're coming on campus, when we're going into the schools, those are kind of the stuff that we're talking about. So my team does a lot of community presentations. And then again, our youth prevention person, she's the person who's going into basically any places that we have up to the age of 24. You know, they could be like young kids to 24. She's helping in any of those either classrooms or teaching teachers or teaching staff how to work with kids that have experienced abuse and that sort of thing. So in 2024, we had 2,301 helpline calls that we answered. I got the minutes for that, and it was something really, really high. And I was like, that's just a lot of minutes to put on this. So I didn't include our minutes that we spent actually talking on the phone. We provided, between our shelter and our transitional housing program, we provided 12,190 nights of safe rest. And then over all of our program services, we provided 17,048 services. And that could be something as simple as talking to somebody, safety planning with them, going to court with them, the service of being, you know, in our shelter, that sort of thing. So it's a lot of services spread across all of our programs. So the relationship that we have with KU, so we were able to look up, because I was trying to figure out how many KU students we've served, but it's kind of tough because we don't ask that information because we don't require it. And we try to let people know they can keep, you know, whatever information they want confidential. But approximately, we serve about 3 clients per week that are in the 18 to 26-year-old range. If that can kind of help give an idea. Like I said, we partner with KU Endowment for that residence that we have here on campus. We do a lot of prevention services. So Sydney, our youth prevention coordinator, she has been coming in onto campus for the last couple of years. She goes into sororities, she goes into classrooms. I can't remember what group this is that's in this photo that invited her to come talk, but we've come in, she's come in all the time and doing lots up here on campus. And so we also come in and participate in any sort of like health fairs or anytime we kind of can have our information table. Me and one of my colleagues, we came to the RA, like the RA information. Oh, I'm sorry. The RA information fair, I think that was August. And there were so many people. We met just a ton of people. It was really great and got our information out there. And some of them ended up inviting Sydney to come up and do some presentations like on their floor and things like that. So it was really great turnout. And then we've also had KU Bensta School invite us up to do like case studies and things. So we've participated kind of in a collaboration type of thing with that school as well. So this year, actually, Roxy, would you like to speak to this? Roxy is our Director of Development, and so she's going to talk about this part.
Thanks, Adrian. So last year we got $14,000, and this year we'd like to ask for $20,000. That number seems pretty big, but as you know, things have gotten more expensive than they used to be. At the Willow, we provide day-to-day expenses. You know, everything that you buy for your apartment, we're also buying for everyone we serve. Additionally, that inflation has touched all of our operational expenses. And it's also affected our professional services that we have to contract to provide things that I don't have a law degree. I am not a psychologist. We have to find people to be, you know, these professionals that we enlist to help people that we serve. So this year we are hoping that we can get $20,000 for the $200 per day that the house costs for each survivor that stays there, to staff the emergency crisis line with, you know, a human being that lives in Lawrence, Kansas. We want to pay them a living wage. We want to keep how we serve our employees reflect that value that we place on our survivors that we also serve. So rather than pay, you know, a fresh graduate
$15 an hour, which lots of people do. We would like to keep that minimum hourly wage up there at $18, $19 per. And we will use all of your monies to directly serve those clients. So as much as I would really like to have a new office chair, I promise you I will not use these dollars for my office. Does anybody have any questions? Do you have any questions for our presenters? Oh, I did a really good job, I guess.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. I am going to leave a couple of stickers and some little magnets just in case anybody wants some of those. So we'll put them right over here for you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have the Sexual Trauma and Abuse Care Center up next.
Hi, thank you. Bringing up all types of electronics. I guess I don't need this.
Good evening, all. My name is Christina Gentry. I use she, her, they pronouns. I want to thank you for inviting us to all speak today. I am the curriculum education specialist. Usually they would have EDs come and speak to you, talking about budgets and talking about projections. I am a teacher, and I am working during the interim for our ED into the space of presentations and any of the opportunities that I can get to talk to you about the State Care Center and our services. So just keep that in mind, and I think we'll just continue our careful conversation talking about our services. So our services include advocacy. Similar to some of the other presentations that you've heard today, we provide court advocacy services. We also provide student advocacy services, and I'll look and talk to you about KU and our student advocacy on-campus site services that we provide for college students. We provide free therapy. So along with some of the things you heard from Bert Nash, we provide free therapeutic hours. And we talk a little bit about that too, but the hours that we have are pretty enormous that we give free therapy to. And this therapy requires no insurance or no proof of insurance required to receive these services. You can receive therapy at any point. A survivor can receive any point of therapy in their lives. It could have had the incident or something have happened to them when they're quite young and come to a person or a position that they are now ready to talk. And our therapy and our services are there to help support that. Our services include a Douglas County therapist and a on-site therapeutic director. So we're looking to expand that to include some telehealth services as well. I'll talk a little bit about that too, if you're interested. And then additionally, education, and that's part of what our team does. Our community outreach includes youth engaged in education. So it means we're talking to US 497 students about safe touches, body autonomy, and consent. Consent to a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old is really great conversations to have. But our education and outreach includes some of the things that we'll be talking and discussing about, including the KU outreach and education. But our mission is the State Care Center is to promote a culture of consent by providing 24/7 support. Since 1972, we have been providing a full-time campus advocacy. We started at KU campus as a grassroots organization, and we've expanded our outreach to include Douglas counties, Franklin, and Jefferson counties. Some points today, I'll be talking about our agency outreach. I'll talk about our flex report that I just received today, talking about some of the things that we talked, or I said earlier, and give a little bit of our agency outreach. I'll talk to you about the university partnership that continues to have. We continue to have with KU and other universities, but more specifically what we do here and what we would like to continue to do with your help and your assistance here to understand how we can outreach and continue to do that. And also the community engagement aspect, how we look to continue our community engagement and what we have done thus far. And then thank yous at the end and any questions that I can take from the audience. So getting right into it, Our agency impact looks to be our largest age that we serve are ages 25 to 59. We have served over 432 individuals. And this report was taken from 2024 data from January to October. So we still have 3 months left of 2024 that we haven't captured yet in our Flex report. So I think these numbers are responsible, but yet we still know that we have served a little bit more over this amount that we have showing right here. We have spent more than 110 hours on our crises line. This is our number that is utilized at any time, 24/7. There's a live person to answer that call. And these are also local. These are also our volunteers, but more importantly, these are people who have been working and trained advocates to answer and to alleviate any kind of crises. These come at any time of the hour, and so we also offer a person to reach out to us at any time in the hour and in the day. 670 hours were provided of emotional support and safety services. Again, this number is reflective of January to October 2024. So we know that we have an increase in uptick, especially during our most recent presidency and all the things that happened to us politically. We know that we have had an increase of people who have asked and reached out to receive our services and our care within the last 3 months. So somehow this number is reflective of the year, but it's not a reflection of current. We anticipate it to only increase. So 670 hours, I'm going forward, 943 hours providing service to survivors. That's direct supports to survivors. I think that also that number is inclusive of just the advocacy. We're not including some of the therapy and some of the community engagement hours as well. I can give you a more a functional, strong number as we continue looking through these Flex reports. But this is a really great and accurate depiction of our services. I think it's also important to talk about the impact we have on community. So I didn't show their client demographics here, but we have 101 18 to 24-year-olds that we provide service to. We also have 51 children that I was able to pull some client demographics off to reflect our current outreach. Client demographics are important. So our client demographics, I didn't put here, but I think it's important to talk on. It's reflective of Douglas County demographics as far as race. We have served over 160 individuals who have identified as white. We have 20 individuals identifying as Black, and we have 6 Indigenous and American Indian individuals that we have served in the last year. Again, this number is reflective of the first 7 months of that last year. 3 months we haven't collected that data, but I think it's important to understand that in a space of community, we are largely a organization that supports and looks to make program development speak to our minoritized individuals, and we continue to make sure that we are centering people who live in different intersections and know that safety and support looks different for people who have different identities. So again, I can elaborate more on that slide if you'd like to know more information about that. But sexual orientation is also not captured here, but I want to say that 18.85% of our clients have identified as pansexual. We also had 1 individual who identified as a person needing disabilities that is a KU student currently. So just remembering this information off the top, the demographics I think is important because they're people who are either students who are adults ages 18 to 20 or 25 to 59 who use us and us for the past couple of years to be a resource and a really good source of resources that is complementary to the representation by which safety and our agency can look. So our Kansas University partnership. Most of our, well, I would say not most, but a large part, 1/3 of our campus advocacy is to support some of the things that we're doing and we're talking about here. I have undergraduate student education presentations. So our therapist was able to participate in Prevention is Possible seminar, which gave an education to over 300 students in the last year. Again, that number has not, I think that's a capture of Hannah's outreach. And Hannah's our therapist. So to have a therapist teaching things about trauma and exploring prevention as possible is a really good indication of the good work that we want to continue to have a trauma-centered lens and intersectional lens on some of the things that we present as well to students. In 2024, the January agenda included Campus SART, which is Sexual Assault Response Team, that is here on campus. But then it also included the Care Center. We were part of that agenda. The district attorney was part of that conversation, Lawrence Memorial Hospital and local authorities for added support to students. So that SART was, we were in that space and we still continue to be there. So SAPEC, and I think we probably talked a little bit about that here, but the Sexual Assault Prevention Education on Campus team, we're members of that and we plan to continue to stay on that membership. Our prevention specialist that we just hired 3 months ago is really doing a great outreach to make sure that things like, for example, if there was a campus assault, like a rape incident that happens, that there is some kind of communication that is funneled through us so that we can give a really trauma-informed information out to students. So it's not a high alert in a crisis. We do that work to make sure that there's communication so that no one is in an instance where it's continual trauma. We move in that direction and hopefully to move in that direction with the campus to work in that space with you all too. Yes, and we have a campus advocate. Our campus advocate not only does space in Ottawa and Baker, but they're here too. And they're in office hours varied depending upon what the service needs and what the client needs are here. But that outreach also includes Zooms. And so if there's not an on-person here at the campus as an advocate, they're able to be reached and able to reach us through our Zoom account so they can have some direct service in some form or fashion because we know the technology helps us connect in other ways. Okay, so our collective outreach. I would say that our really great way that we can connect with students directly happens to be because we're like a really great college town that has Mass Street and we have a lot of bars and institutions or establishments here. But one of our collective outreach, I think that makes a really good connection with college students, not just because college students like to take themselves out into our community and take advantage of Mass Street. But our Safe Bar Alliance program is one of those spaces where, and if you see this sticker that says Safe Bar Alliance here, know that everyone inside, including all of the bar professionals, the wait staff, management, have all been trained in bystander intervention training. And this training helps to make sure that, for example, if you are feeling overwhelmed, if you are also a person who is being sex trafficked, any of those instances, you can order a drink, you can order a mocktail specifically to alert, to let someone know that you are needing of assistance and help and in care. So you can go into any of those restrooms with that sticker and know that all that staff inside of that building has been trained to help you, assist you. Now we know that alcohol is not the reason for sexual abuse, but it can help to eliminate some consensual practices when it's out in public. So we're out there in the bars and we're out there in establishments. Matter of fact, if you are a bar establishment that serves alcohol, you have to take Safe Bar Alliance training in order to maintain your liquor license. So we have done and performed over 20 hours of the bystander intervention sessions. Excuse me, I talk fast when I start talking about what we do. So I'll happily slow down and still make it into the 15 minutes. But there's been over 170 hours that we have provided staff and some members of the community that provide what we understand to be bystander intervention, to be trained to use trauma-informed approaches to de-escalation techniques within the organization of the bar or even with agencies and other services and organizers. So we collectively, we partner with the Willow. We are at the Lawrence Community Shelter. We provide support groups there for any of the people who are experiencing any escalation or any trauma. Significantly too, I would say that I would like to interject that I'll work as with the city, with the Affordable Housing Advisory Board, and I understand that the intersection of sexual abuse and trauma is housing and stability. And so just like Willow talked about housing and security, what they provide, we're also there to help where there are the immediate shelters. The Pallet Village is where we know we have the MOU, which is a memorandum of understanding that anyone who is seeking services, who is a sexual assault abuse survivor, can be and can access the pallet villages immediately. So that's really good to have because sometimes and oftentimes a lot of our bills can go to supporting hotel stays for survivors. So having the pallet village and having that access and having that memorandum of understanding and that connection, that contract is helping to support survivors directly. And that goes to support the 18 and 25-year-olds too, who also need to have supports and direct supports in housing. Again, our collective outreach is not just in-house too. We have a Instagram account that has reached over 11,426 views in the last 90 days. That may not, that's kind of small maybe for people, but that's kind of big for us. We're, you know, an organization talking about sexual abuse and not everybody wants to, you know, download that on their computer. But I want to say it's significant because more than 35% of those were non-followers. That means that somebody shared this and the information was shared with others who don't follow us, but found our information poignant and important enough to start understanding what it is that we can provide for services. Additionally, we have a new prevention specialist, and their outreach includes part of the SVP work group, which is Sexual Violence Prevention Work Group, which is an agency that also includes the county and other representatives. But it was our report that took a look at the 10X experience, which is the intersection of housing insecurity and sexual violence, and made sure that there was a report that talks about the experiences of the Lawrence tenants. And that was shared to our Lawrence City Commissioners, and their YouTube has over 1.73 subscribers. So someone can download and repeat and watch it over and over again and know that our services are there to help survivors as well in that space in the city and county. Take Back the Night is also an event that is on campus and is nationwide, but we do that here in KU and provide that ongoing each year. And so also, I think it's really important to take some quotes from our students and the people that we reach out to and educate. My job as an educator has been to just make sure that all of our education speaks directly to our individuals. So we're looking at program development expansion that includes houseless individuals, that includes LGBTQIA2S+ individuals, Black and Indigenous and people of color, because we know that at the intersection of education is also a lack of education when it comes to really diving into what could be and what is trauma experienced through sexual violence and abuse. And so as the question was asked in our feedback report, here you go. What was the most helpful about this program? In parentheses, any personal thoughts or real world application that this information could be used. And so this is some of the impacts that we've had that came directly from students who wrote on our feedback that knowing where to go if I need help was very helpful for me. Listening to someone talk about it rather than just reading. We also implement some scenarios and give real life examples so people can see themselves in the bystander position and not just be reading about that. Discovering the care center and knowing that this is a place to go is a really good way to understand how we can connect with our folks too. I'll talk about where we're located, but I think it's important that we have changed some of the conversations when it comes to rape culture. With students, we talked about media depictions of rape and how that is an ongoing conversation that we can have outside of this classroom. And then the fact that they have this program and are willing to help and be there for those experiencing sexual violence is something that people wrote down as being appreciated on our feedback form after we had presented to them. Again, I work as the curriculum education specialist, so I'm not the ED, but I do have some knowledge about budgets and about what we want and what we need. I talked a little bit about our program development and what we look to include. And so we are happy to continue those opportunities, and with your, I guess, approval or things that you've heard tonight, maybe that's also persuasive to let you know that we look to do more development and programming. We look to expand our opportunity to have more therapy available in this form of hotline calls that are also can be utilized for people who are in Jefferson and Franklin. They can utilize our hotline, our therapy as well, so that they don't have to be in person or in Zoom to access some of the services, so that we can make ourselves available. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions, but that's our 15 minutes, I think. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do you know, like, the number that your ask is, or if it's flat or increased?
Well, I am not responsibly, I would say, okay, I know that the amount that we receive from you currently is an impact. I want to say that because we received that check like yesterday. And so we will be distributing that like in paper form. Because we understand that budgets and the things that we have going on in our community and our country have left a lot of people in peril about what nonprofits or what federal grants can do to support some of the existing programming. So I'm going to say we want to continue and maintain what you have given us in the past. Without the ED here, I can't ask for any more than that. But I think that we know how impactful the amount that we receive from you is and how that really helps to maintain our current educators and therapists, and then look to broadening that out to expand for more. So if there is an opportunity for there to be some conversation about that negotiation, I would love to bring my ED in so that they could talk about projections and vision and missions for that.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
All right, we have headquarters up now.
Hello, my name is Sheila Tackett, and I'm the community educator at Headquarters Kansas, and I'm here with a couple of my coworkers.
I'm Hope Blankenship, the business development director.
And I'm Claudia Rodriguez, the call room coordinator. And my role here is to explain to you who we are and what 988 is. So in 2021, the decision was made to make that long 10-digit number for the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline an easy to remember 3-digit number, 988, now known as the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. It's a number that anyone can call, text, or chat to receive non-judgmental, supportive support that is free, confidential, and 24/7 every day of the year. You don't have to be suicidal to call either. 988 is a great support for anyone struggling with mental health issues. Maybe they are suicidal, or maybe they've just had a really bad day at work and they need somebody to talk to, right? Headquarters Kansas answers those calls, texts, and chats. So we're the primary contact center for 102 out of 105 of the counties in the state. Not only are we known for answering the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, but we also provide training and education around the state. And we also have a peer-to-peer youth line called Hey HQ, where Kansans 18 and younger can speak with a caller or speak with somebody close to their own age.
There you go. So December of 1969, there was 3 students at the University of Kansas that founded headquarters. It was originally known as Community Drug Use and Abuse Center. It was always a 24-hour line. We continue to be 24 hours to this day. Things have obviously evolved. So we used to be in a little building on Massachusetts Street, and now we're in this big old building. But it has grown a lot and has always been super impactful and a big part of the Lawrence community, I feel like. Currently, KU students encompass about 50% of our staff. So about 50% of our staff are KU students or affiliated with KU. I was a student when I started my internship at headquarters, and now I'm the call room coordinator. So also the incoming class of just volunteers is alone, that's 66%. 8 out of 12 of our volunteers are KU students or faculty. So historically and now, headquarters and KU have been merged for quite a while, and we continue to work with faculty and students because, we obviously, a lot of KU students make up for what headquarters is. And we are proud of that connection and hope to continue that.
Okay. Wow. That's all right.
We're good.
you mean? Are we good?
I think so, yeah. I don't
Where'd
know
that
what-
come from?
I think that was the computer charger.
Okay. All good. Okay. So the services that we have provided since 1969, we started out the local, what we call the Douglas County Local Crisis Line, the 12345, is headquarters True and True. It's been the same number since December 1969, which is really cool. It evolved, the 1-800 National Suicide Prevention Lifeline evolved to the 988. And since then, things have just expanded. The text services are getting more and more popular, as we can all imagine. And then a lot of people still chat through the web, which is at 988lifeline.org. We also introduced the HQ Teen Support Line, which is a peer-to-peer line. There's a few across the state, but not many so far. So we're really eager for chat to roll out on that this next year, because we think that that'll just skyrocket the support we can get for that age demographic. 30% of our calls right now come from locally, so that's roughly 900 to 1,000 a month, which is basically like in our back door of the rest. We get 3,000 to 4,000 average a month that ebb and flows time of year and what's going on. Our other services, Sheila touched on a couple of them, is the brand awareness, materials distribution. We tape out events, KU statewide. We have people go talk to law enforcement. They do some trainings and education. And then we just collaborate with other organizations on data collection.
So Headquarters Kansas provides confidential services unless a person is in immediate danger to themselves or others. We try to stay as anonymous as possible, for the comfort of the caller. They can give us as much information or as little information as they want. And then, so something new that is happening, which I think is cool, is you're usually directed to a hotline based on your area code. But you can still have an out-of-state area code, and if you're on the KU campus, you will get directed to headquarters, which I think is fun and fresh. We also usually about 3% or less involve dispatch if they call 988. So we're pretty good about, that's an important relationship, that's an ongoing relationship, but we try to respect the confidentiality and just, try to provide as much crisis management as we can.
And then on the bottom of this, you'll see some of that education and outreach we've done. So in the last year, we've connected with about 255 of the KU students and faculty through tabling opportunities, like different games, Break the Stigma games that you guys have had, or wellness event, or practicum fair. We've also done a lot of presentations to various groups through the partnerships with KUMC, reaching dozens of students and faculty. So we're providing that training and education directly to some of KU's best.
So one of the questions y'all asked about is care post-pandemic. So the implementation of 988 that everyone started to hear about was in 2022. The federal mandate happened in 2021. So our organization had to evolve a lot. I started in 21, and the call center, when I started, went from, a room of people to one at a time, but while we were all learning things, and just kind of had a transition until now. Y'all can see on where it's kind of small text on that graph. Once though 988 happened, the connections of people reaching out for support just continues to skyrocket. That means we have to hire more people or get more volunteers in the doors. We have to increase our training and quality of care that people are receiving. We also need to build really strong partnerships with community members in our back door, statewide, wherever people are at. we need to meet them where they're at. And if we're not the right people to care for them, we have to know who to connect them to in a moment's notice. And then Claudia mentioned the growth of the geo routing this past year has been a challenge and an amazing addition on its own. The challenge comes from educating people. People were kind of frightened about that, thinking it was meant geolocation, but that's not the case. And so our facility is working with our state partners to learn how to educate people so we can continue the expansion of the crisis continuum care, opposed to just being a reaction to things. So I would say that the biggest impact is the positive impact post-pandemic, as we're all talking about mental health a lot. Suicide, we all are starting mostly to feel comfortable saying the word. So that's been a good thing post-pandemic in our world, but it's also brought a reality to the growth and the need of care, and that we're not the answer for everyone, but we can be the resource for everyone that needs help. Okay. And then vision, so use of KU Student Senate funds. So if y'all were to Google us right now, you're going to see a few things. Headquarters went through a transition in 2024. We had a change of leadership. It's not uncommon, we've learned, in nonprofit world. Once you get some funding to help you grow, you're used to being grassroots small, and sometimes you kind of get the cart before the horse and things come up. So the past year has been a time of pain and growth, I would say, internally. The three of us have been through it in different capacities before, during, and now our, I don't want to say rebirth, but rejuvenation, whatever you want to say. But what has been so motivating and enlightening, we meet people where they're at in moments of crisis and need. We kind of had an internal crisis. We were there for each other. And not only that, our people in the call room and chats and texts answered more calls than ever, 10,000 more than 2022 and 6,000 more than last year alone. Part of that is the demand is that much higher too, which is sad. But as an organization, it's something that we're trying to focus on, is during hardships, we still persevered. We still showed up. We're still here. We're still people that can be trusted, and know that we're going to answer that call. Even if we're having a bad day, we're there for you. So KU's impact, y'all give us $60,000 the past few years. We hope we can continue that relationship. Some of the main goals that are, we had a $1.7 million deficit from the transition due to our statewide funding change. That took the biggest impact on personnel and some of the overhead costs, but we're still trucking along. So it's not going to pull us down too much, but y'all's money could help us expand some of our visibility. We want to get some more strategic marketing and advertising out. I just put a request in for KU for branding use, so we'll see how that goes to get some materials out to the students. We'd really like to hire a couple more full-time crisis service staff, and the $62,500 is an average for one full-time, that's payroll and full benefits. They work 36 to 40 hours a week, and they're the ones answering those calls 24/7, 365. And then we hope one of the programs that the transition due to personnel change, we're sad that had to pause, was our KU internship program, but we're hoping that the more people we can get re-engaged with us. We have a really great consultant who's a professor here that we adore, and he's helping guide us to get that program hopefully the end of the year or in 2026. So the biggest thing is if y'all can help us, we can keep helping you and grow that partnership more and more. And that's it, unless y'all have questions.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions? You're just asking for a flat.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Flat, no change.
Any other questions for Zach?
I'm guessing you probably can't identify, but just in case, like, do we have any data on like how many KU students specifically have reached out?
So that's where Claudia's slide kind of touched on it. So we are held to confidentiality standards with the clinic. We had to run that side of us with HIPAA compliant with that some of it. I do believe that there is some like rough like data we can use internally to give some estimates, but we at the time the data pulled, we don't have specific KU. So that's something though that there's the 98 network works through Vibrant, and we've had a lot the state asking us for some more specifics, and so we're working with them to see what is the level of detail that doesn't break confidentiality when you're talking with someone, because Claudia could speak to this probably more, but when someone calls or chats in, we might not know their name or any identification, and that's the way they want it. And the biggest thing, we just need them to know that we'll talk to them no matter what. But I don't know if you want to jump in more.
Yeah, the only information that is like known to us is the phone number that they called us at. But we don't, unless a person like wants to share their name, or like sometimes they share their age, especially if they're like younger and they're like, I'm in school, I'm 12, da da da. Because sometimes they just want to tell you everything. But no, we do not have like exact measurements, just because it's more of like we want to show up for them and wherever they want to meet us at. And a lot of the time they don't want us to know anything about them, which is, understandable, because they just want to keep things private, but they want someone to talk to. So yeah.
Something that might open the door for more of that kind of information is the expansion of the mobile response teams. It's still confidential, but this is like not, I will admit, I'm not the expert, and they'll laugh because we talked about this earlier. But since 30% of our calls are local here, backdoor, we're growing those relationships with the county and Burt Nash and all of the team and the law enforcement that includes. And so I don't know if that would open the door where if the expansion with KU, if that knowledge would be something that we start collecting and keeping for sake of this kind of stuff, but we'll see.
And I do want to highlight, before geo routing, it was calls were routed by area code. So you could have a Colorado, a student who just came from Colorado residing in your campus, and they might not necessarily reach us. But with geo routing now, anybody who calls on this campus is going to be routed to headquarters, Kansas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So short, no, but maybe one day.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? All right, thank you guys so much.
Thank y'all.
You. We actually have one more question.
So at the beginning of the presentation, you said that you provide services for 102 of the 105 counties.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any data on which counties you serve the most?
Yeah. So
not off the top of my head though.
We're primary. The other 98 call centers in the state are in Johnson County, Wyandotte, and Sedgwick. And then Wyandotte, I don't think has started yet. And then Health Source also serves as backup. They're located in Topeka. So when we say 102 primary, that means when those people call, we answer first. Now, if Johnson County, Wyandotte, Sedgwick they're reached like capacity, we still answer for them. We're just their backup instead of those people when they call in number one. So, yeah, good question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Oh, good to go.
Is it all?
Yeah. All right, our hearings start at 3 p.m. tomorrow. That'll be in Alderson. Please try to get there 5 or 10 minutes early if you can. And they will only go until 6:30 tomorrow night.
Why?
What? Oh, do you need to do something? I'm not gonna touch the things.
Don't put it closer.
It's going that way. It's not
You're
looking
trying to
at
expose me.
It's not looking at either of us now. Yay. Thank you.